Hello, my sleepy wanderers. I've been working on something behind the scenes that I'm so excited about. And next week, I finally get to share it with all of you. So make sure you're following the channel. You won't want to miss this one. So, tonight, we step into the world of Eclipse, but through different eyes. Not Edward's hunger, not Bella's longing, but the steady, ancient gaze of Carlisle Cullen. 3 centuries of patience. 3 centuries of choosing grace over instinct, compassion over darkness. A father watching his family strain beneath the weight of an approaching war, and a love that cannot be undone. So, get cozy. Pull the blankets close. Let your body sink into the quiet. And allow Carlisle's voice to carry you gently into the entire story of Eclipse. The house was quiet, in the way that only a house full of vampires could be quiet. Not silent, never truly silent, not to ears like Carlisle's, but settled into a particular stillness that belonged to the hours between midnight and dawn, when even the performance of ordinary life was permitted to rest. Outside, the forest pressed close against the glass walls, and the rain that had been falling since early evening had softened into something barely distinguishable from mist, drifting rather than falling, catching the pale light from the windows and scattering it into nothing. Carlisle sat at his desk on the 3rd floor, a medical journal open before him that he had not looked at in nearly an hour. The lamp cast a warm circle of amber light across the surface of the desk, illuminating the careful order he maintained in this space. Stacked papers, annotated texts, a fountain pen laid precisely parallel to the edge of a leather blotter. A shelf of medical volumes ran the length of the wall to his left, organized first by subject and then chronologically within each subject, so that the history of medicine was legible in the progression of spines. The oldest texts at the far end, their covers worn soft with handling, the newest beside his desk, still carrying the faint smell of fresh ink. Order was something Carlisle had cultivated across centuries, not out of compulsion, but out of necessity. When the interior world grew complicated, as it so often did, the exterior world benefited from clarity. He listened to the house the way he always did in these hours, taking quiet inventory with the patience of someone who had done this particular thing thousands of times and found it no less necessary for the repetition. On the 2nd floor, Edward's piano had been silent for perhaps 20 minutes now. Before that, it had been speaking in the particular language Edward used when he could not sleep and could not articulate why. Minor keys and unresolved progressions, melodies that circled without landing, that reached toward something they could not quite name and retreated before finding it. Carlisle knew that language well. He'd been listening to it for the better part of a century. It meant his son was carrying something he had not yet decided to share. There was no point pressing him. Edward would speak when he was ready, and he was never ready before he was ready, which was a quality Carlisle recognized in him because he recognized it in himself. Esme slept, or performed the approximation of sleep that brought her a quiet she genuinely seemed to need. Her breathing was slow and even 3 rooms away, and Carlisle felt the familiar warmth of simply knowing she was there. The anchor of everything he had built, the person whose presence made this house feel like a home rather than a shelter. He had found her at the bottom of a cliff in 1921, broken and barely living, and he had made the decision in the seconds he had before she was gone that had shaped the next 100 years of his existence. He had never questioned it. He was not capable of questioning it. Some decisions exist on the far side of doubt, and that had been one of them. Rosalie and Emmett were in the East Wing, Emmett's presence audible in the way that very large, very uncomplicated people's presences always were. The occasional low laugh, the creak of furniture receiving his weight as he shifted, the simple physical fact of a man who inhabited his body without apology or reservation. Rosalie was quieter, as she almost always was when the house was dark and the performance of the day had been set aside. Her silence in these hours had edges to it that Emmett's did not. Carlisle understood that silence. He had been understanding it for over 70 years, and understanding it had not made it easier to carry. Alice and Jasper were downstairs. Carlisle could hear Alice moving in the kitchen, a performance since neither of them required food. But Alice had always found something genuinely meditative in the gestures of domesticity, in the brewing of tea she would not drink, and the arranging of flowers she would appreciate with real and uncomplicated pleasure. Jasper sat near her, as he almost always did. The empathic gift that made crowded rooms a sustained act of endurance for him made Alice's presence a frequency he could orient himself by, a steadiness in the emotional atmosphere that allowed him to simply exist without constant vigilance. Carlisle observed this between them with the quiet satisfaction of someone who understood what it was to find, after a long time of not having it, the specific person whose presence makes the world manageable. This was the inventory. This was the family, breathing and existing and moving through the night in their various ways, each of them a person Carlisle had known long enough to understand, in the deep and specific way that only time produces. And he sat with the knowledge of each of them, the way a physician sits with a complex case, not coldly, never coldly, but with the precision of someone whose love has always expressed itself most naturally in careful and sustained attention. 362 years. He allowed the number to exist in his mind without flinching from it, which had taken considerably longer than 362 years to learn. There had been a long period, spanning decades rather than years, when the weight of his own age had been something he carried in a crouch, when the arithmetic of what he was produced a kind of vertigo that required constant conscious management. He had learned eventually that the vertigo did not go away so much as it became familiar. You learned to move through it rather than around it. You learned that the number was not a sentence, but simply a fact, and that facts, however large, were things you could choose to hold rather than things that held you. He had been born in 1640 in London, the son of an Anglican pastor who spent his life hunting what he called the devil's creatures. Witches, werewolves, vampires, the categories blurring in his father's theology until they were essentially interchangeable. All of them servants of the same darkness, all of them deserving the same end. His father had been a man of absolute conviction, living in a world that rewarded absolute conviction. And Carlisle had grown up inside that conviction the way children grow up inside weather. Not questioning it, simply breathing it, assuming it was the natural condition of all things. His father had not been a cruel man. Carlisle had spent considerable portions of the last 3 centuries arriving at this conclusion, testing it, revising it, setting it aside, returning to it. What he had arrived at, finally, was something more complicated than cruelty and more useful than condemnation. His father had been a man doing what he genuinely believed was righteous, in a context that gave him no tools for questioning that belief. The cruelty of what he did, the executions, the burnings, the drownings of people who were mostly merely strange or unlucky or insufficient in some way that their community found threatening, was the cruelty of certainty, which Carlisle had come to believe was the most durable and destructive kind. It required no malice. It was self-sustaining. It felt, to the person exercising it, like virtue. Carlisle had been 20 years old when he was turned. He had been leading one of his father's raids through the sewers beneath London, following something that turned out to be a very old vampire. Old enough to be genuinely dangerous. Old enough to have survived centuries of hunters less determined than his father's band. He had been separated from the others in the darkness. He had been bitten. And then, understanding with the instinct of his father's son exactly what was happening to him, he had dragged himself away and hidden in a cellar beneath a pile of rotting potatoes. And he had waited for 3 days while the fire of transformation consumed him from the inside. He had not screamed, not once, though the burning was beyond any pain he had language for, before or since. He had not screamed because the alternative, being found, being identified, being destroyed as the very thing his father hunted, was not something he was prepared to accept. Some part of him had decided, in the very first hours of burning, that he was going to survive this, that he was going to discover what he had become and determine, by his own assessment, rather than his father's theology, what it meant. The answer had taken decades to find. Decades of refusing to feed on humans, of nearly starving, of discovering through trial and suffering that animal blood could sustain him, even if it never quite satisfied, never quite stilled the burn in his throat the way the scent of human blood promised to. Decades of isolation in the forests outside London, and then further, travelling north and then east as the years accumulated and the weight of his solitude became something he had to find strategies for managing. He had gone to Europe eventually, to the great cities, Amsterdam, Paris, Rome, Florence, drawn first by practical anonymity and then by something less practical, by the art, by the music, by the accumulated evidence of what human beings produced when they were trying to create beauty rather than destroy it. He had stood in the Uffizi for an entire afternoon once, in 1712, looking at a Botticelli that seemed to him to say something essential about grace, about the possibility of it, about the way it could exist even in a world that contained as much darkness as Carlisle had by then witnessed. He had walked out of that gallery with a conviction that was was now the bedrock of his existence, that beauty was an argument, and that he intended to be on the right side of it. He had studied medicine because it was the most direct route to the thing he wanted most, to use the gifts of his transformation in service of life rather than in service of death. The strength, the speed, the senses that perceived the world with a precision no human instrument could match, the immunity to illness and exhaustion that allowed him to work through the night without diminishing returns. These things could make him a predator of extraordinary efficiency, which was what his nature intended. He chose to make them instead the tools of an extraordinary physician. And then, across a slow turning of more decades, he had gathered them. Edward first, in the chaos of Chicago in 1918, the influenza moving through the city like a biblical judgment. He had found the boy dying in a hospital corridor, his mother already gone, her final request still hanging in the overworked air of a ward that had run out of space for the living and the dying alike. Elizabeth Mason had looked at Carlisle with eyes burning with fever and a clarity that should not have been possible in someone so ill, and she had said, "Save him." She had meant it the way desperate people mean things, completely, without reservation, without specifying the terms. And Carlisle had saved him in the only way available to him, and had carried ever since both the rightness of having done it and the awareness of what he had taken from Edward in the same act that he had preserved him. Edward had been angry for years, not continuously, not visibly, but in the way that runs beneath the surface of a person's daily life like a cold current, detectable if you knew where to look, shaping the flow of everything above it without ever breaking the surface. He had resented the transformation, had questioned Carlisle's right to make that decision, had left in 1927 to pursue a version of existence that Carlisle could not sanction, hunting the guilty with a self-appointed moral authority that Carlisle had recognized as grief wearing the costume of justice. And when Edward had returned, 5 years later, appearing on Carlisle's doorstep in Wisconsin with the full weight of what he had done visible on his face, Carlisle had said nothing about whether he had expected it. He had simply opened the door and let his son come home. Rosalie was the one he turned over most often in these quiet hours. He had made her in 1933 with a calculation he was not proud of. The hope that she would be what Edward needed, that her beauty and her humanity and her nearness might ease the loneliness that Carlisle watched working on his son like weather on stone. It was not an ignoble hope exactly, but it was a hope that had prioritized his own desire to solve Edward's problem over the most important question, which was what Rosalie herself wanted. She had not wanted this. She had wanted her human life, her human future, the things that had been taken from her by violence before Carlisle ever found her, and the immortality he had given her, however sincerely intended, had never substituted for what she had lost. It had simply added a new dimension to the grief, the knowledge that she would carry the loss forever, that there was no natural ending coming that would finally release her from it. Emmett had come through Rosalie, which was the grace note in that complicated chord. She had carried him out of the mountains of Tennessee in 1935. A man barely alive after a bear attack, enormous and warm and already, even at the threshold of death, somehow cheerful in the way of people whose relationship with the world is fundamentally generous. She had brought him to Carlisle with a ferocity that was the first evidence Carlisle had seen of her capacity for something other than mourning. Emmett was easy, in the way that genuinely large-spirited people are easy. He had met his transformation with an enthusiasm that still, almost 90 years later, struck Carlisle as one of the most remarkable things he had ever witnessed. As if the universe had sent him specifically to demonstrate that immortality need not be tragic. Alice and Jasper had arrived together in 1950, already formed, already devoted to each other. Alice's visions having guided them across a country to a family she had seen but not yet met. She had walked through Carlisle's door as if she were walking into a room she had been to before, which in the particular geography of her gift she had. Jasper had followed, careful and watchful, his military bearing evident in every movement, his gift making him unusually sensitive to the emotional atmosphere of any room he entered, feeling what everyone around him felt, the thirst and the joy and the grief and the love, carrying all of it simultaneously. Carlisle had welcomed them both without hesitation, recognizing in Alice's certainty something that functioned like faith, and in Jasper's effort something that commanded his deepest respect, the daily work of choosing to be better than what history had made him. This was the family, and this was Carlisle, sitting with the full weight of it in the pre-dawn quiet, listening to the house breathe and settling himself for what he knew with the calm certainty of a man who reads signs carefully was coming. Something was gathering in the north. The word from his contacts had been arriving in fragments over recent weeks, each piece small enough to dismiss on its own, each piece fitting too neatly with the others to be dismissed collectively. Seattle, a pattern of deaths that had a specific character, a specific escalation, the particular signature of newborn vampires feeding without restraint in a concentrated area. Carlisle had seen this signature before, in historical accounts and in first-hand reports from vampires who had survived the wars of the American South in the 19th century, when newborn armies had torn through that region with catastrophic results. He recognized what it meant. He recognized, more troublingly, that whoever was building this army had not yet attracted sufficient Volturi attention to be stopped, which meant either the Volturi were unaware, which seemed unlikely, or they were watching, which was far more concerning. He had not yet shared the full weight of his suspicion with his family. He would. The conversation was coming, and he was preparing himself for it. For Edward's immediate pivot to Bella's safety, for Emmett's instinct toward confrontation, for Rosalie's cold calculation of personal risk, for Alice's frustration at visions that kept shifting, for Jasper's quiet transformation into the military strategist that his history had made him and that he usually kept carefully contained. He was preparing himself, as he always did, to be the still point, to be the person who held the information without being held by it, who presented it clearly and completely, and then made room for everyone else's response without directing it toward the conclusion he had already reached. This was the discipline of leadership as Carlisle understood it, not the imposition of his own judgment, but the creation of conditions in which the people he trusted could bring their best thinking to bear. The piano began again, downstairs, a single chord held, allowed to decay, then released, then a melody, slower than before, something that moved through the dark with more patience than the earlier progressions, something that had begun to find its way toward resolution. Edward was working something out. He was always working something out these days. The specific name of what he was working out was Bella Swan, and it would keep for a few more hours until the house woke and the day required them all to be what the day required. Carlisle picked up his pen, returned his eyes to the medical journal open before him, read 3 sentences and retained all of them, because he retained everything, because that was one of the gifts he had spent 3 centuries learning not to take for granted. The mist moved against the windows. The house breathed. His family existed, each in their own way, through the remaining dark hours before morning came, and the next chapter of whatever this was began to demand their full attention. He was ready. He was always ready. That was what 362 years produced, if you were paying attention. Carlisle had developed, across 3 centuries of medical practice, the ability to observe 2 things simultaneously: the clinical and the personal, the measurable and the felt. It was a skill that had begun as professional discipline and had become, over time, something more integrated than that, a way of moving through the world that allowed him to hold both dimensions of any situation without permitting either to eclipse the other. He had used it at bedsides and in emergency rooms, in the examination of battlefield wounds during wars he had witnessed as a physician rather than a combatant, in the long, careful observation of patients whose bodies told one story and whose faces told another. He used it now without effort or conscious direction when he observed Bella Swan. She arrived at the house on a Thursday afternoon in the particular unhurried way she had. The old truck announcing itself from half a mile away with the diesel rumble that Carlisle had come to associate, without any irony, with something approaching comfort. He heard her park, heard the door, heard her footsteps on the gravel, and then she was coming up the front steps with her jacket pulled close against the March cold, her breath visible in the damp air, her heartbeat carrying through the walls of the house with a steady rhythm that he had long since catalogued as specifically hers. Edward opened the door before she could knock, as he always did, his hearing making the gesture of waiting for her signal unnecessary. Though Bella had stopped finding this particular habit startling several months ago, she stepped inside, and Carlisle observed the greeting between them from the hallway, with the twin attention he had cultivated across a very long professional and personal life. Clinically, her colour was good, better than it had been in the autumn, when the aftermath of what had happened in Phoenix had left her with a pallor that his physician's eye had tracked with quiet concern through the winter months. The residual effects of her injuries, the broken leg, the head trauma, the blood loss, had resolved completely in the thorough way that resolved things, without remainder, without the lasting marks that those injuries would have left on someone older. Her gait was steady, her weight was appropriate, her heart rate elevated slightly and predictably at Edward's proximity, which was a consistent and physiologically unremarkable response to a stimulus her body had learned to anticipate. She was healthy. Whatever else her situation contained, her body was in excellent condition, and there was nothing his medical training could measure that gave him cause for concern. Personally, she was happy. Not the surface happiness of someone performing contentment for an audience not the careful arrangement of positive affect that people sometimes deployed in difficult circumstances as a form of armor or reassurance. This was the deeper and less tidy happiness of someone living in close proximity to the thing she loved most, which Carlisle had observed enough times across enough centuries to recognize in its specific texture. It always carried within it an awareness of what could be lost, which is what gave it gravity, what distinguished it from simple pleasure, which was lighter and more disposable. Happiness that knows itself to be precious had a weight to it that showed in the eyes more than anywhere else, a quality of attention to the present moment that bordered on the vigilant. He had learned to recognize this in a person's expression across a very long time of watching people love each other. It looked, if you knew what you were seeing, almost like grief and joy occupying the same space simultaneously, pressing against each other, each making the other more intense by virtue of proximity. He greeted her warmly, as he always did, and she smiled at him with the ease that had replaced the wariness of her first months in this house. She called him Carlisle now, without the slight hesitation that had preceded the name initially, that unconscious fractional pause of someone deciding in real time whether they had earned the right to a certain familiarity. She had earned it. He had watched her earn it, not through any single gesture, but through the sustained quality of her presence in their lives across more than a year of consistent, genuine, unperforming engagement with this family and everything it was, and everything it required of the people who chose to be close to it. He watched Edward guide her toward the living room, his hand at the small of her back, with that particular careful quality he had, the awareness of his own strength that manifested as a constant gentle restraint, a monitoring of pressure that most people performed unconsciously and that Edward performed with conscious intention. Carlisle had observed this in his son for months and found in it something that moved him more than he generally allowed himself to acknowledge. It was love expressed as discipline. It was the daily, hourly, moment-by-moment choice to be the thing Bella needed, rather than the thing his nature made easiest. Carlisle understood that choice more intimately than almost anyone alive, and watching Edward make it, watching it become less effortful over time, less a battle, and more a settled habit, was one of the quiet satisfactions of this particular chapter of his very long life. He returned to his study on the 3rd floor, where a medical journal lay open on his desk beside a stack of patient files that required his attention before morning. He sat and opened the first file, and found that he was not reading it so much as holding it, while his mind moved through the thing that had been sitting at the center of his attention for several weeks now, with the patient weight of something that had not yet been spoken aloud, but was nevertheless shaping everything around it. The question of transformation. Carlisle had performed the act 4 times. He allowed this number to exist in his mind without distancing himself from it, turning it over with a careful honesty that he considered an obligation to the people those 4 transformations had produced. Edward, Esme, Rosalie, Emmett. 4 decisions, each one made under different circumstances, each one carrying its own specific weight in his ongoing accounting of his choices and their consequences. He did not experience this accounting as punishment. It was simply accurate record keeping, the kind that a person of conscience performed not to torture themselves, but to remain honest about the scope of their impact on the lives of others. He was, as far as he knew, the only member of his family who thought rigorously about transformation as a medical event. The others experienced it as part of their history, the origin point of what they were, examined through the lens of its emotional and existential dimensions rather than its biological ones. Carlisle had done all of that examination too, across decades and centuries, and he did not minimize those dimensions. But he had also spent considerable time thinking about what the venom actually accomplished at the cellular level, what the 3-day process of transformation physically entailed in the body undergoing it, what the resulting physiology preserved, and what it permanently altered. He was a physician. He could not set this aspect of his mind aside, and he had long since stopped trying. What he understood from both the medical and the personal dimensions of this question was what the act required of the person performing it, the control, the precision, the demand of introducing venom without taking blood, of biting without feeding, of holding at the threshold between enough and too much, with a steadiness that did not waver across the minutes it took for the venom to begin its work. He had done it 4 times, and it had never been easy. Not even with Esme, whom he loved in the way that went beyond language. Not even in the moments that were most clearly right, most peaceful, most free of the ambiguity that complicated the other transformations. The act itself existed at the intersection of everything most difficult about being what he was. The thirst, the restraint, the choice made not once but continuously, moment by moment, to be the thing he had decided to be rather than the thing his nature had designed him for. And Bella was asking Edward to do this, or rather, and this was the distinction Carlisle had been examining most carefully. Bella had decided that she would ask Edward to do this, and Edward was carrying the full weight of what that meant, and the carrying was visible to anyone who knew how to look at him. Carlisle had known how to look at him for nearly 90 years. What he observed in Edward during this period was the particular exhaustion of someone fighting a battle on 2 internal fronts simultaneously. On one side, the love that expressed itself as fierce protection of Bella's humanity, as a genuine and not irrational desire to ensure she understood what she was relinquishing before she relinquished it irreversibly. Edward had lived the cost of immortality for nearly 90 years. He knew its texture from the inside, knew the specific quality of its loneliness and its repetition, and the particular grief of watching the human world continue to move and change and generate new beauty while you remained fixed, frozen at the point of your transformation, capable of witnessing change but not of embodying it. He wanted Bella to know this. He wanted to be certain she was choosing with full information rather than with the romantic abstraction that the idea of forever could produce in someone who had not yet lived inside it. On the other side, the love that expressed itself as a recognition of her autonomy. Bella was not, by any honest assessment, a person who made decisions without comprehension. She was perceptive and steady and capable of sitting with difficult truths without flinching from them, and she had demonstrated this capacity repeatedly across the months Edward had known her. The conviction she brought to this particular decision had not softened under pressure or shifted in its essential character when given time to settle. If anything, it had deepened, had acquired the quality of something truly and quietly certain, rather than something recently and urgently decided. Ignoring that certainty, continuing to treat it as something that more information or more time would eventually revise, was its own form of failure to respect her. Edward knew this too, and the knowing of it sat in direct conflict with the first thing, and the conflict was what Carlisle watched wearing on his son in the particular way that unresolvable internal conflicts wore on people. He had spoken to Edward about it, not with the directness of formal counsel. Carlisle had learned long ago that direct advice, however accurately targeted, was rarely the thing that actually helped, but in the oblique and patient way of fathers and sons, who were both too intelligent for simple answers. He had asked questions. He had listened to the answers with the full quality of his attention, which Edward could feel even without reading the specific thoughts behind it, and he had reflected back what he heard without editorializing. "She knows," Edward had said in one of these conversations, in the quiet of the study late on a winter evening when the rest of the family was elsewhere, and the house had the particular spaciousness of its emptier hours. "She knows everything I've told her. She's heard Rosalie's account. She understands what she's giving up, Carlisle. I've looked for something she's missing, some piece of information that would change the calculation if she had it, and I can't find it. And I don't know anymore whether continuing to look is protecting her, or whether it's just..." He had paused, in the way he paused when he was approaching something he hadn't yet put into words. "Whether it's just me being unwilling to accept that her answer is real." Carlisle had not replied immediately. He had let the words exist in the room for a moment, let Edward hear them in the silence after speaking them. Then he had said, "What do you think the difference is between protecting someone and refusing to believe them?" Edward had looked at him for a long time. "I'm not sure there is one," he had said finally. "Not anymore." What concerned Carlisle? The specific, precise concern of a physician who had been thinking about this question from every available angle was not that Bella was making the wrong choice. He had observed her too carefully and for too long to believe she was confused about what she wanted. What concerned him was the gap between understanding a loss and knowing it, which was a gap that no amount of information or honest conversation could fully close in advance. It was the difference between a map and the territory the map described. You could study the map with perfect attention and still be surprised by the territory, not because the map was inaccurate, but because physical presence in a place produces knowledge that representation of it cannot. Rosalie understood this. Rosalie had been living inside that gap for over 70 years. The gap between what she had been told immortality would be and what it actually was. Between the theoretical understanding of what she was losing and the daily lived reality of the loss. She was not wrong to want Bella to understand this. She was not wrong to have sought out that conversation, to have offered her own experience as the most honest account she could give of what the territory actually looked like from inside it. Carlisle had not been present for that conversation, but he had learned enough about its content to understand that Rosalie had been genuine in her intent, whatever the limitations of her position as its messenger. It was a gift, in the way that very hard truths are gift, not comfortable to receive, but valuable in a way that comfortable things rarely were. He thought about Charlie with a frequency and a weight that surprised him sometimes, in the moments when he encountered the thought unexpectedly, rather than in the deliberate examinations of his study. Charlie Swan appeared at the hospital, appeared at community events, appeared in the ordinary life of folks, in the way that a police chief and a physician inevitably appeared in each other's peripheral vision in a town of this size. They were not close friends exactly. Charlie was not a man who cultivated closeness easily, and Carlisle's circumstances made genuine intimacy with humans complicated in ways he managed carefully. But there was a warmth between them, a mutual regard built on consistent encounters over 2 years, on professional respect that had softened into something more personal. Charlie trusted him. This trust had been offered with a considered deliberateness of someone who did not give it easily or frequently, and Carlisle had accepted it in the spirit it was offered. He had not told Charlie what he was. He would not tell him. The rules that governed his existence made that impossible, and even setting aside the rules, the practical and personal complications of such a disclosure were beyond anything he felt equipped to navigate. But he carried the knowledge of Charlie's trust alongside the knowledge of what he was, and alongside the knowledge of what he was preparing, however reluctantly, however carefully, with however much attention to doing it as rightly as it could be done. To participate in with respect to Charlie's daughter, Charlie Swan's only child, the person who was the center of whatever emotional life that reserved and quietly devoted man had built in the years since his marriage had ended. He thought about what it would mean for Charlie when Bella's transformation was complete, the cover story that would need to be constructed, the explanation that would have to satisfy a man trained to notice inconsistencies and whose professional instincts would be engaged by precisely the kind of inconsistencies that Bella's changed state would produce. He thought about the grief Charlie would carry without understanding his true source. The sense of losing his daughter to a life he couldn't fully see or access, the distance that would grow between them, not from lack of love, but from the unbridgeable fact of what she would have become. Carlisle had watched this happen before, in the lives of other vampires and their human families, and he knew its shape. It did not get easier to watch simply because it was familiar. He carried this with the quiet that the situation required, not the quiet of suppression. He was not a man who suppressed difficult feelings, having learned across centuries that suppression was simply deferral, that what was pushed down always surfaced eventually in forms less manageable than the original. He carried it with the quiet of genuine acceptance, which was different, the acknowledgement that this was among the costs of the life he had built, among the prices that the existence of his family extracted from the human world it moved through. He did not pretend the cost was not real. He simply lived with it, with a steadiness that 3 centuries of living with difficult things had given him. He was sitting with this thought in his study on a Thursday afternoon in early March. The light outside the window, the particular silver grey of a Pacific Northwest winter, still considering whether to release its hold on the landscape, when he heard Bella laugh from the floor below. A real laugh, unguarded, surprised out of her, the kind that didn't consult the person producing it before arriving. A moment later, he heard Edward's voice, low and dry and carrying that quality he had. The understated humor that he seemed genuinely unaware was as funny as it was, which was perhaps why it was as funny as it was. Carlisle set down his pen and listened, not intrusively, simply being present to the sound, to the texture of it, to what it said about the state of things in the room below him. He loved her. He had not planned to, had not expected to, had approached Bella Swan's entry into their lives with the measured openness of someone who had learned not to form conclusions before the evidence was in. He had expected to feel something professional and something parental adjacent, a qualified warmth contingent on continued evidence that she was good for Edward and that her presence in their lives was sustainable. He had not expected to arrive by the gradual accumulation of Thursday afternoons and biology labs and Port Angeles rescues and meadow confessions and ballet studio crises at something that was simply love, the kind that did not require examination or justification, that was simply present the way established things are present, without making a fuss about it. She was going to be his daughter. The process of making it formally true was still ahead of them, still tangled in the logistics of transformation and timing and the careful management of everything the transformation would set in motion. But the thing itself, the relationship, the belonging, the place she already occupied in the emotional architecture of this family, that was already established, that was already real, in the sense that mattered most. He stood from his desk and moved to the window, looking out at the grey afternoon, the forest dark and patient beyond the glass, the mist moving through the tree line in the unhurried way it moved in this part of the world, as though it had nowhere else to be. Somewhere below him, Bella said something quiet to Edward, and his response was immediate and gentle, and the sound of the two of them together had a quality that travelled through the walls of the house and reached Carlisle even here, even at this remove. He thought about who she would be on the other side of transformation. What would survive the conversion? What would be amplified? What would change in ways he couldn't predict? He thought her perceptiveness would survive, her steadiness, the particular quality of her attention when she was listening to something that mattered, which was total and unhurried, and made the person she was listening to feel genuinely heard. He thought the love she was capable of, deep and unsentimental and not requiring reciprocal performance to sustain itself, would survive and possibly intensify. He thought she would be remarkable. He'd thought this for some time, with increasing certainty, and he was not in the habit of certainty he didn't trust. He was standing at his window in the pale March light, looking forward to knowing her across centuries. The realization arrived quietly, in the way that true things arrived, not as a conclusion worked toward, but as a recognition of something already established, already settled into the fabric of his understanding without announcement. He turned it over once, examined it honestly, and found it to be accurate and uncomplicated and good. Below him, the house held its warmth against the grey afternoon outside. His son and the girl his son loved, existing together in the space Carlisle had spent decades building. Not for this specific situation, which he could not have anticipated, but for the general purpose that this situation now so fully embodied. The living of a life defined not by what they were, but by what they chose to be with what they were given. He returned to his desk. He picked up his pen. He opened the patient file he had not been reading, and this time he read it with the full quality of his attention, because his patients deserved that from him regardless of what else occupied his mind. Outside, the mist continued its slow movement through the trees, and the light held its particular silver quality, and the afternoon moved in the direction of evening with the unhurried patience of days that do not know they are anything other than ordinary. This one was not ordinary, but it was good, in the complicated and layered way that the best days were good, containing grief and love and uncertainty and warmth in proportions that could not be neatly separated from each other, that could only be held together all at once by someone who had practiced the holding long enough to trust their own hands. Carlisle had practiced it for 362 years. He trusted his hands. He turned the page and continued, and let the house breathe around him with all of its life and all of its complications and all of its impossible, improbable grace. The call came on a Tuesday evening, just after 7, while Carlisle was still in his office at the hospital, finishing the last of his patient notes from the afternoon shift. The hospital was quieting around him in the way it did at this hour, the particular winding down of a day shift giving way to the slower rhythms of the evening, the corridors outside his door less trafficked, the voices at the nurses' station further away and less urgent. He had been here since 6 in the morning. 13 hours of work that had left no mark on him beyond the ordinary satisfaction of having done it well. And he was nearly finished with the last of the paperwork when his phone lit up on the desk beside him. He recognized the number before he answered it. A contact he had maintained for nearly 30 years. A vampire named Elias, who had settled in Vancouver in the 1980s and had proven himself across 3 decades of careful correspondence and occasional meeting to be both reliably discreet and reliably accurate. Elias did not call without reason. He was not a person given to social contact for its own sake, which was one of the qualities that made him trustworthy. When Elias reached out, the information he carried was worth receiving. Carlisle set down his pen and answered on the second ring. "You've been watching the news from Seattle," Elias said. It was not a question. "I have," Carlisle said. He kept his voice low and even, the voice he used in hospital corridors when the content of a conversation was not suited to the setting. Measured, unhurried, containing nothing that a passing nurse might find worth pausing to hear. The pattern has been visible for several weeks now. It's accelerating. A pause on the line, and Carlisle heard in that pause the particular quality of someone choosing their words with care. Someone who had learned, as Carlisle had learned, that precision mattered in these conversations. 14 confirmed in the last 10 days alone. The human authorities are calling it gang violence, a territorial dispute. They're looking in entirely the wrong direction and finding explanations that fit the evidence they're willing to see. They generally do, Carlisle said quietly. What else are you hearing? That it's organized. Elias's voice was steady, but carried an undertone that Carlisle recognized as the particular unease of someone who had been alive long enough to know what this specific kind of organized looked like. Not the chaos of a single newborn losing control in a city. This is multiple newborns, operating in the same territory, being directed. That's the word I keep returning to. Someone is managing them, imperfectly, the way anyone manages newborn, but deliberately and with a specific intent that I cannot yet identify from this distance. Carlisle was quiet for a moment. Through his office window, the parking lot of the hospital spread out under the grey Forks evening. Ordinary and entirely unhurried. A man loading groceries into a pickup truck. A nurse walking to her car with her collar turned up against the fine, persistent drizzle. A pair pair of orderlies sharing a joke near the service entrance, their laughter carrying faintly through the glass. The ordinariness of it sat in sharp and deliberate contrast to what Elias was describing 400 miles to the north, which was the specific kind of catastrophe that Carlisle had hoped, for the sake of everyone in this region, he had been misreading. He had not been misreading it. "How many," Carlisle said, "do you estimate?" "At minimum 12 active," Elias said. "Possibly significantly more. The ones making the news are the careless ones, the ones who haven't learned to manage the evidence of their feeding. A creator who knows what they're doing would have a layer beneath that which we aren't seeing yet. They're feeding heavily and disposing of evidence imperfectly, which is what's surfacing in the human news cycle. Give it another month at this rate and the story will be too large for the usual containment. The scale will exceed what can be credibly attributed to human violence. And at that point the Volturi become involved," Carlisle said. "At that point," Elias agreed, "everything becomes more complicated for everyone in the region." "Thank you, Elias," Carlisle said. "I mean that sincerely. This is exactly the kind of information I needed." "Be careful," Elias said, with the plainness of someone who did not traffic in empty reassurances. "Whatever is being built up there, it is not small. And someone with enough patience and enough resources to build it is not someone who will be easily discouraged." A brief pause. "Take care of your family, Carlisle." The line went quiet, and Carlisle set the phone down on the surface of his desk and sat for a long moment in the stillness of his office. He looked at his hands, pale and perfectly still, folded on the desk before him, and he let himself sit fully with what he had just heard, without moving immediately to the question of what to do about it. He had learned, across centuries of receiving difficult information, that there was value in the moment between hearing and responding, in allowing the full weight of something to register before the analytical mind took over and began converting it into action items. The weight of this particular something was considerable. He thought about the last time he had encountered a report that carried this specific signature. Not personally. He had not been in the American South during the vampire wars of the 19th century, had been in Europe during the worst of that period, maintaining the careful distance from conflict that his principles required and his circumstances allowed. But he had spoken with survivors of those wars in the decades that followed, vampires who had navigated Maria's campaigns and the chaos they inspired in imitation across the Southern Territories. They had described the experience with the particular vividness that genuine trauma produces, the kind of memory that does not fade with time, the way ordinary memory does, but remains sharp and immediate, regardless of how many years separate the speaker from the events. The noise of it, they had said, the sheer volume of a concentrated group of newborns, each one burning with untempered thirst, each one possessed of a physical power that even experienced vampires found genuinely alarming. The smell of a battlefield afterward, the scale of destruction that a directed force of newborns could accomplish in a short period of time. And always, underneath those accounts, the same question: who had built the army and why, and what had they intended it to accomplish? Because that was the essential distinction, the one that separated a newborn army from the ordinary crisis of an uncontrolled newly turned vampire. A single newborn feeding without restraint was a serious problem, the kind that attracted Volturi attention if it persisted past a certain threshold of visibility. But it was a problem with a clear and finite shape. A newborn army was categorically different. It required a creator with both patience and knowledge, someone capable of turning multiple humans in a compressed time frame, someone who understood enough about newborn behavior to point the resulting chaos in a useful direction before it consumed itself entirely. It was not an accident of nature. It was a constructed weapon, and weapons, by definition, implied a target. Carlisle gathered his notes, placed his pen in his holder, and turned off the lamp on his desk. He sat for a moment in the dimness of the office, the light from the parking lot coming pale and silver through the window, and he allowed himself to name privately and without flinching the conclusion he had been approaching for weeks and could no longer reasonably avoid. Someone was building a newborn army within 400 miles of Forks, Washington. The army was growing. It was being directed by someone with enough intelligence to keep themselves invisible, while the chaos they had created drew all available attention. And the direction of it, the geographical orientation, the timing, the specific location chosen, did not feel random. He had been monitoring the Seattle situation for the better part of 2 months, watching the human news reports with the careful attention of someone who knew how to read between the lines of stories written by people without the proper context. The reports had begun in late winter, initially scattered enough to be ambiguous. A body found near the waterfront with injuries that were being attributed to animal attack, then 2 more within a week in different neighborhoods, but with characteristics that Carlisle's particular expertise allowed him to recognize as consistent. Then the disappearances had begun, too many and too clustered geographically to be unrelated, and the Seattle police had opened multiple investigations that were being treated as separate cases because the detectives running them did not have the framework to understand why they were the same case. Carlisle had not wanted to be right about what he was seeing. He'd spent several weeks actively searching for alternative explanations, holding the possibility of coincidence open with a genuine intellectual honesty that he considered a professional obligation. A territorial dispute between small covens, perhaps. The passage of a particularly reckless nomad. Some configuration of circumstances that did not add up to the thing it appeared to add up to. He had been wrong before, across 3 centuries of reading signs, and he had learned the cost of premature certainty, not just to the accuracy of his conclusions, but to the trust of the people who relied on those conclusions. But Elias's call had removed the last of the reasonable doubt. This was organized, this was deliberate, and the direction of it, when Carlisle laid out everything he knew on the interior map of his understanding and looked at it without the distorting lens of hope, pointed somewhere uncomfortably close to home. He drove back through the rain, with this thought accompanying him for the entire 40 minutes it took to reach the house. The drive gave him time he used with discipline, not for spiraling through the implications of what he feared, but for organizing what he knew into the clearest possible account of it, stripping away speculation and presenting the facts as facts and the inferences as inferences and the fears as the separate category they belonged in. His family deserved accuracy. They deserved his composure, which was not the same thing as false reassurance, but was the deliberate practice of not allowing his own anxiety to infect the atmosphere of a room that would need clear thinking. He had learned this in his medical training and refined it across centuries of situations that required a steady hand. that the leader of any group facing a difficult reality served that group best not by pretending the reality was better than it was, but by modeling the possibility of facing it without being destroyed by it. He pulled into the garage and sat for a moment in the car with the engine off, completing this private preparation. Then he went inside. The family was gathered in the living room, arranged in the organic way they arranged themselves on evenings when nothing particular had been planned. Esme on the sofa with a book open in her lap, the reading glasses she wore for the aesthetic of it, rather than the necessity perched on her nose. Alice cross-legged on the floor near the window, her eyes carrying the slightly unfocused quality that meant a vision was moving at the edge of her awareness, not fully formed but present. Emmett and Jasper in the adjoining room, a chessboard between them, a game that appeared to have stalled. Edward at the piano bench, not playing, his hands resting on the keys in the posture of someone who had been sitting with a thought for a long time. He looked up when Carlisle came through the door, and Carlisle saw in his son's expression the immediate reading of his own emotional register. Edward's gift, giving him the shape of what was coming before Carlisle had spoken a word. Rosalie came down the stairs as Carlisle was removing his coat, unhurried, her expression carrying the careful neutrality she maintained when she was managing something she did not yet have enough information to respond to. Family, Carlisle said, and that single word was sufficient. They arranged themselves with the ease of people who had been doing this for decades, coming together when it mattered, setting aside whatever had occupied them, giving the room the quality of collective attention that had always been one of the things Carlisle loved most about the family he had built. He told them everything. He told them what Elias had said, and he told them what he had already suspected before the call. The weeks of monitoring, the pattern he had identified in the human news reports, the conclusion he'd been reluctant to arrive at and could no longer reasonably defer. He told it in the order it had happened, because chronology was honest, and he told it without softening the edges, because they were not people who needed softening, and because the situation did not have soft edges available. When he finished, the room held the particular quality of silence that follows difficult information. Not the silence of shock, because they were not easily shocked, but the silence of people absorbing something and beginning to move it through the machinery of their own understanding. Jasper spoke first, which was not always the case, but was the case when the information was tactical in nature. His voice had shifted into a register Carlisle recognized. Flatter, more economical, the military mind disengaging from everything that was not directly relevant to the problem. Someone is building an army, he said, in Seattle, with a minimum a dozen operational newborns, and likely more beneath the visible layer. And it has been running long enough, and at enough scale, that it cannot be accidental. That is my assessment, Carlisle confirmed. Then it is pointed at something, Jasper said. You do not construct something of this size and direct it at a major human city for the chaos alone. The Volturi would have intervened already if this were pure recklessness. Someone is using Seattle as a staging ground and keeping themselves invisible while the newborns absorb all the available attention. He paused. The question is the target. That's what concerns me most, Carlisle said. Edward's voice came from the piano bench, very quiet and very precisely controlled, the voice he used when when he was managing something large behind a small expression. You think it's pointed at us? Carlisle looked at his son for a moment before answering. I think it is a possibility we cannot responsibly dismiss, he said. The geography is suggestive. The timing is suggestive. Whether we are the specific target, or whether Forks falls within a broader area of intended destruction, I cannot say with certainty. But I would be failing you if I presented our position as safely peripheral to this. Because of Bella, Edward said, and it carried the weight of a conclusion he had already reached before asking, the question being not whether it was true, but whether Carlisle would say it plainly. Because of several things, Carlisle said carefully. We have made ourselves visible in ways that established covens are generally advised not to. The events of last year, James, Victoria, the Volturi's visit, have placed us in the awareness of others in ways we did not choose and cannot undo. Bella is among the reasons someone might wish to direct a force toward Forks, yes, but I don't want us to narrow our thinking to a single explanation when we are working with incomplete information. Victoria, Emmett said, with the particular flatness he used when he was being serious, which was less frequent than his affect suggested, but no less genuine for its rarity. It's Victoria. It is a reasonable conclusion, Carlisle said, and one I've been considering. We do not know it with certainty, but the logic of it is consistent with what we know about her and about what happened to James. Rosalie, who had been standing near the window with her arms folded and her expression carrying the cool, analytical quality she brought to threat assessment, said, "Then we have a problem that is not going to resolve itself." No, Carlisle agreed. It is not. What about the Volturi? Alice asked. Her voice was troubled in a specific way. Not the broad unease of someone facing an unknown, but the focused discomfort of someone whose gift was giving her information she couldn't yet read clearly. I keep trying to see them in this and the images won't settle. They're watching, I think, but I can't see what they intend. The Volturi will be aware of the Seattle situation, Carlisle said. At this scale, it would not be possible for them to be otherwise. Their intelligence network is extensive and has been operating for a very long time. He chose his next words with the care that the subject required. The Volturi's relationship with situations like this is not straightforward. They have, historically, allowed conflicts between other vampire factions to run toward their natural conclusions before intervening, particularly when those conclusions serve the purpose of reducing the number of variables they would otherwise need to manage themselves. They'll let the army reach its target, Jasper said, and clean up the aftermath. It is consistent with their historical pattern, Carlisle said. Yes, which means we cannot expect intervention from that direction at any point that would be useful to us. Emmett, who had been listening with the focused patience that serious conversations drew out of him, said, "So, what do we actually do?" Carlisle looked around the room, at each of them, at the faces he knew better than any faces in the world, carrying in the landscape of each one the decades of history he had with that person. He thought about everything he had been turning over for weeks, the slow accumulation of evidence and inference that had brought him to this evening, and he thought about what the situation actually required of him as the person his family looked to when the answer was not obvious. "We gather more information," he said. "We do not act on incomplete intelligence. That is the fastest route to mistakes we cannot afford. We maintain contact with every reliable source we have. We monitor the Seattle situation with close attention and track any indication of directional shift. We assess our own defensive position honestly and begin to think carefully about what preparation would look like if preparation becomes necessary. He paused, and we say nothing of this to Bella until we have a clearer picture. She carries enough already. Edward nodded once, the small, precise nod of someone who had been hoping to hear exactly that and was grateful for it. Carlisle, Esme said softly. She had not spoken during any of the exchange, which was her way. She listened with her full attention and reserved her voice for what could not be left unsaid. Her eyes found his across the room, warm and steady, carrying the specific gravity of a woman who had built her life around this family and was now assessing the dimensions of the threat to it. Are we safe tonight? Carlisle held her gaze for a moment. He thought about the answer with the honesty the question deserved, and he gave her what he genuinely believed, stripped of false comfort, but also stripped of unnecessary alarm. Tonight, he said, yes, we are safe. He crossed the room and sat beside her on the sofa, and her hand found his with the ease of more than 80 years of practice, and the family remained in the room as the rain continued outside and the evening deepened, each of them holding what they had just been told in the particular way their own nature and history made possible. Carlisle held Esme's hand and let the warmth of her presence do what it had always done, anchor him in the present moment rather than in the weight of what might be coming. He was a man who had survived 3 centuries by taking the long view, but the long view was only useful when it was grounded in what was actually in front of you, in the room, breathing and real. What was in front of him was his family, intact and present, thinking clearly and without panic about a difficult thing. That was not nothing. That was in fact everything. Somewhere to the north, past the dark line of the Olympic Mountains, Seattle burned in ways that only those who knew how to read the signs could recognize. The fires were invisible to human eyes, hidden inside the statistics of a police department managing an inexplicable surge in violence, inside the headlines of newspapers reaching for explanations that fit the world they understood. But Carlisle could read them, had been reading them for weeks, and what they said was coming was a word he had been hoping not to have to speak to his family for a very long time. He sat in the warm light of the living room and began, quietly and with the patience of someone who had been doing hard things for 3 centuries, to prepare. The boundary line between Cullen territory and Quileute land ran through the forest east of the house in a way that was invisible to human eyes and entirely legible to everyone else. There were no markers, no fences, no physical demarcation of any kind that a passing hiker would have noticed or found meaningful. The boundary existed in agreement and in memory, maintained across 3 generations by the collective understanding of 2 groups of beings who had chosen, at a particular moment in a particular winter long ago, to honor a line rather than cross it. Carlisle had walked that line many times across the years he had lived in Forks, not to test it, not to assess its integrity, but to know it, to keep its geography present in his body and his mind as a reminder of what it represented and what it had cost both sides to establish and maintain. He encountered Jacob Black there on a Wednesday morning in late March, in the grey hour just after dawn, when forest had the quality of something not yet fully committed to the day, the light coming pale and diffuse through the canopy, the mist still moving between the trees with the unhurried patience it brought to these early hours. It was not a planned meeting. Carlisle had been running. One of the things he permitted himself in the early hours before the human world required his participation. The simple physical release of moving through the forest at full speed without the constant modulation of every movement that proximity to humans demanded. Miles passed in minutes. The forest opened and closed around him. The familiar geography of the Olympic Peninsula moving through his senses like a conversation he had been having for 2 years. Each landmark a sentence he knew by heart. He had slowed as he approached the boundary, as he always did, from habit and from respect, and had found Jacob there on the other side of it, standing at the tree line with his arms folded and his jaw set in the particular expression of someone who had arrived somewhere with a purpose and was in the process of reconsidering the wisdom of having come. They regarded each other across the invisible line for a moment. The forest around them was quiet in the way it was quiet at this hour. The bird sounds just beginning, the mist catching what light there was and diffusing it into something that felt less like morning than like the idea of morning. Carlisle spoke first, because he generally did in situations like this, not from any desire to control the exchange, but because he had found, across centuries of navigating the spaces between things that should not have been able to coexist peaceably, that the person who spoke first set the register of everything that followed, and the register he wanted to set was one of simple, uncomplicated decency. "Jacob," he said, "good morning." Jacob's expression shifted, the reconsideration visible in his face giving way to something more settled, as though Carlisle's tone had resolved a question he had been holding. "Dr. Cullen," he said, with a particular quality that young people brought to formal address when they were uncertain whether the familiarity of a first name had been fully earned. Not quite comfortable with the formality, not quite ready to abandon it. Carlisle said, gently and without insistence, "Please, we've been neighbors long enough." Jacob looked at him for a moment, with the directness that Carlisle had come to recognize as characteristic of the Quileute wolves, a quality of eye contact that was not aggressive, but was entirely unmediated, as though the usual social buffers that humans deploy between themselves and direct perception had simply not been installed. "I wasn't going to cross," Jacob said. "I was running the line. I wasn't planning to." He stopped, started again. "I didn't come here for anything." "Neither did I," Carlisle said, in a manner of speaking. A silence settled between them that was not entirely uncomfortable, which itself said something. Carlisle used the silence to observe Jacob with the twin attention he brought to everyone he genuinely wanted to understand. The clinical eye and the personal one, working in parallel without interfering with each other. Clinically, the young man was in excellent physical condition, which was unsurprising given what he was but notable in his specific character. He was carrying more muscle than he had the last time Carlisle had been this close to him, his frame having completed whatever final development the wolf transformation triggered in the young men it claimed, and he moved with the physical ease of someone who had arrived after a difficult period of adjustment, had genuine comfort in his own body. He was not injured. He was not ill. He was not presenting any physiological concern that Carlisle's medical training could identify. was not diminishing with time or circumstance, and he was managing this fact with a dignity that cost him considerably more than he allowed to show. And the cost was visible precisely because he was working so hard to contain it. It was there in the set of his shoulders, in the specific quality of stillness he fell into when Carlisle's presence made it impossible to fully relax, in the careful control of an expression that was doing more work than expressions should have to do in conversations this brief and this ordinary. Carlisle did not mention any of what he observed. He had learned long ago that the most useful thing he could do with accurate perception of another person's interior state was generally to hold it quietly and let it inform how he spoke and moved, rather than to speak it aloud, which usually served his own need to demonstrate insight more than it served the person being observed. Instead, he said, "How is your father?" Something in Jacob's expression loosened at this. A fractional relaxation around the eyes, a slight release of the jaw. "Good," he said. "He's good. Complaining about his chair mostly. He wants a new one but won't let anyone buy it for him. So he just complains about the old one instead." "That sounds like Billy," Carlisle said, with genuine warmth. "Tell him I asked after him, and that the offer of the consultation stands whenever he decides he's ready for it." Jacob nodded, and in the nod was a complexity that Carlisle registered without drawing attention to. The acknowledgement that Carlisle's care for Billy was real and not performative, sitting alongside the long and layered history between their families that made receiving care from this particular source something Jacob was still, quietly and without complaint, working out how to feel about. "I'll tell him," Jacob said. They parted without ceremony, Jacob turning back into the trees, Carlisle standing at the boundary line for a moment after he had gone, and listening to the sound of the forest reasserting itself in the wake of the wolf's departure. Then he turned and ran back toward the house, through the waking morning, moving through the trees with the speed and silence that were among the few aspects of his transformation he had learned, across centuries, to experience as genuinely good. He thought about Jacob Black for the entire distance back. He did not resent Jacob. He wanted to examine this carefully, to be sure that what he believed he felt was what he actually felt rather than what he preferred to believe he felt. A distinction he had learned to take seriously after several centuries of discovering that the two things were sometimes further apart than he had initially supposed. Edward resented Jacob with a fierceness and a consistency that was entirely rooted in love and was therefore not irrational, even if it made Edward less generous than he was capable of being. Emmett found the whole situation entertaining in the uncomplicated way that Emmett found most human drama entertaining. Rosalie found it irritating as an additional complication in an already complicated situation. Alice observed it with a particular mixture of sympathy and strategic assessment that characterized her engagement with most emotionally significant events. And Esme felt for Jacob with a maternal instinct that extended itself freely to people in pain regardless of species or circumstance. What Carlisle felt, when he examined it honestly, was respect, grounded in a specific observation that he had been making every time he encountered Jacob over the course of the past several months. Jacob Black knew that Bella was choosing Edward. He had known this for some time, with the certainty that came not from anyone telling him, but from the quality of attention he paid to Bella and the precision with which he read, what that attention returned, and he was continuing to love her anyway, not with the aggressive possessiveness of someone refusing to accept a loss, not with the performance of noble suffering designed to inspire reconsideration, but with the quiet and persistent generosity of someone who had made peace with loving a person who was not available to be loved in the specific way he wanted to love her, and who had decided that this did not require him to stop. Carlisle had seen this kind of love before, across a very long time of observing human beings in their most difficult emotional circumstances. It was not common. It required something of the person exercising it that not everyone possessed, a capacity to hold loss and love simultaneously, without allowing the loss to curdle the love into resentment. Jacob was very young, and he was in genuine pain, and he was doing this, doing it imperfectly, doing it with visible effort on the days when the effort was greatest, but doing it. Carlisle found this remarkable. He suspected he was perhaps the only member of his family who found it remarkable, which was his own observation worth sitting with. The question of what Jacob offered that Edward could not give was one Carlisle had been turning over with the honesty it deserved, because it was a question with a real answer, and the real answer mattered if he was going to think clearly about Bella's choice and about what her choice actually meant for her life. Warmth, most literally. The physical warmth of a body that generated heat rather than absorbing it, the simple animal comfort of that, which was not a small thing. A future that moved in the direction that human futures moved, that carried within it the possibility of children, of aging together, of the organic and irreversible unfolding of a shared life inside time, the ability to be fully present in Charlie's life, in the life of Fawkes, in the human world that Bella had grown up in and that still held people she loved. The freedom from the elaborate management of secrets that proximity to the Cullen family required of her every day, the freedom to simply be herself in the full and uncomplicated sense, rather than the carefully curated version that the situation demanded. He did not think this meant Jacob was the right choice for Bella. He had watched her too carefully for too long to believe that the life Jacob could offer would constitute the life she wanted, in the sense that mattered most. The sense of a life she could be fully present in, fully alive in, fully herself in. The rightness of a life was not simply a matter of what it contained, but of whether the person living it was genuinely inhabiting it. And what Carlisle observed when Bella was with Edward was a quality of full presence that he did not observe at any other time. She was most herself in his company. The silence of her mind that Edward described had a counterpart in the visible quality of her engagement when she was with him. A kind of completion, a sense of arriving at a place she had been looking for without knowing she was looking. Jacob's warmth was real. What Bella had with Edward was something different, and the difference was not simply a matter of romantic preference, but of something deeper and less legible that Carlisle had spent enough time observing to trust, even if he could not fully articulate it. He thought about Edward's jealousy, which was real and rooted in love, and still made his son, on the days when it was closest to the surface, less than his best self. He had spoken to Edward about it in the way he had found most effective across decades of parenting, obliquely, through questions rather than conclusions, letting Edward find the territory himself rather than presenting him with a map of it. He had asked Edward on one of the late evenings when the rest of the family was elsewhere and the study had the spaciousness of genuine privacy, what he thought Jacob's love for Bella said about Bella. Not about the situation, not about Edward's position in it, but about her specifically. Edward had been quiet for a long time, long enough that Carlisle had not been sure the question would receive an answer that evening. Then, that she's worth loving, Edward had said slowly, as though the words were being assembled with care, by someone who knows her well enough to see her clearly, and still. He'd stopped, started again. Jacob sees her clearly. He always has. And he loves what he sees, even knowing she's choosing someone else. That says something about what there is to see. It was the most generous thing Carlisle had heard Edward say about Jacob. It had been offered with a difficulty that made it more genuine rather than less, and Carlisle had received it without comment, which was the appropriate response to something someone had worked that hard to say. Rosalie's conversation with Bella, the direct and personal account of what transformation had cost, of what humanity contained that immortality could not replace, was something Carlisle had been aware of before it happened, and had monitored its outcome with careful attention. He had not interfered. It had not been his place to interfere, and beyond the question of place, he had believed it was the right conversation to have, offered by the one person in the family who was positioned to give it the specific weight of lived experience. Rosalie knew what Bella was giving up in a way that no one else in the family could claim to know. She'd been giving it up every day for over 70 years. She knew it not as an abstraction, but as a texture, a daily presence, the particular quality of a loss that did not diminish with time, because time, for her, did not move in the direction of healing, but simply in the direction of more time. He loved Rosalie for making the attempt. He did not say this to her directly. The emotional economy of their relationship had always operated with a certain indirection, shaped by the history of her transformation and the long grief that history had produced, by the ways in which Carlisle's love for her coexisted with his accountability for the loss she carried. But he felt it with the specificity of genuine feeling rather than general goodwill, and he thought she knew this, and in the economy of what they were to each other, that was sufficient. He was at his desk in the late afternoon of a Thursday, the light coming through the study window at the low angle of early spring, when he heard the front door below, and then Bella's voice in the entry, and then, some minutes later, after the sounds of a conversation moving from the entry toward the living room had settled into the particular quiet of something being discussed rather than simply talked about. Edward's voice, low and careful, with the quality it took on when he was saying something that cost him something to say. He did not go downstairs. He remained at his desk and let the house tell him what it could, which was not the specific content of the conversation below, but its register. Serious, deliberate, carrying the weight of something being decided. He was familiar with the architecture of important conversations conducted in other rooms. He had been living in houses full of people who had important conversations for a very long time, and he had learned that the most useful thing he could do with awareness of those conversations was to make himself available afterward, rather than present during. Edward found him later, after Bella had gone and the house had resettled into its evening patterns, standing at the glass wall of the living room, looking out into the dark forest with the posture of someone who had been standing in one place long enough that the standing had become the thing, rather than the preparation for something else. Carlisle came and stood beside him, offering his presence without the demand of conversation, which was the gift that the people you knew well enough could give each other. After a while, Edward said, "She wants the summer, between graduation and the transformation. She wants time to be human, to do whatever she can fit into those months before everything changes." "That seems reasonable," Carlisle said. "It is reasonable," Edward agreed. "I know it's reasonable. I told her yes." A pause. "She also said that Jacob is going to be part of those months, that she's not going to spend her last human summer pretending he doesn't exist." Carlisle did not respond immediately, giving the statement the space it warranted. "How do you feel about that?" he asked. Edward's jaw tightened fractionally, then released, like someone who has accepted something he can't change and is still working on accepting how it feels to have accepted it, he said, with a dry precision that appeared in him sometimes when he was being most honest, which apparently are not the same process. "They rarely are," Carlisle said. "You're not going to tell me I'm wrong to feel it," Edward said. It was not quite a question. "No," Carlisle said. "You're not wrong to feel it. You would tell me if I said you were." He paused. "What I would say is that feeling something and being governed by it are different things, and you've been doing a reasonable job of the difference." Edward looked at him, and in his son's expression was the complicated mixture that Carlisle had been watching move through him for months. The love, the fear, the reluctant and genuine and hard-won respect for the person Bella was and the choices she was making. "She's going to say goodbye to him," Edward said quietly. "When the time comes, she's going to lose him. The way she'll lose Charlie, the way she'll lose everything human. And she knows it, and she's choosing it anyway." "Yes," Carlisle said. "That's either very brave or very sad," Edward said. "In my experience," Carlisle said, "those two things are rarely as separate as they seem from the outside." They stood together at the glass wall and watched the forest hold its darkness, and the house held its warmth around them. And Carlisle thought about all three of them, Edward and Bella and Jacob, caught in the particular geometry of a situation that had no clean resolution. Only the various ways of living inside it with as much grace as each of them could manage. He found in it, underneath the complication and the grief that was woven through all sides of it, something he recognized from a very long experience of watching people love each other under conditions that love was not designed for. He found it to be real, all of it. Edward's devotion and Jacob's generosity and Bella's clarity and the pain that threaded through all three like a current beneath the surface. Real love, in his experience, was always worth understanding clearly, even when clear understanding revealed things that were difficult to hold. Perhaps especially then, he trusted that they would find their way through it. He had been watching them long enough to believe this, not as a comfort, but as an honest assessment of the people involved, of their demonstrated capacity for exactly this kind of difficult navigation, of the direction things were moving even when that direction was not clean or simple or free of cost. He turned from the window eventually and returned to his study, and the evening moved forward in the direction that evenings moved, steadily and without apology, toward whatever the next day would require of all of them. The gathering happened on a Saturday evening in early April, when the rain had settled into one of its longer commitments, and the forest outside the glass walls of the house was dark and close and running with water in thin silver channels down the bark of the firs. Carlisle had arranged the evening with the particular care he brought to things that mattered, ensuring the house was as comfortable as it could be made for a human guest, that the seating was arranged to feel like a conversation rather than a formal presentation, that there was food available for Bella in the kitchen because she would be here for several hours, and her body, unlike the bodies of everyone else in the room, had requirements that needed to be met. These small arrangements were not trivial to him. They never had been. They were the physical expression of an intention, a way of making visible the thing he wanted this evening to be. Not a briefing, not a strategy session conducted in the presence of a civilian observer, but a genuine gathering of people who were all, in their various ways, part of the same story, and who all deserved to understand that story as fully and as honestly as it could be told. Bella arrived with Edward just after 7, her jacket carrying the dampness of even the short distance between the car and the front door, her hair slightly darker at the edges from the rain. She came inside and stood for a moment in the entry, taking in the assembled family with an expression that Carlisle had learned to read over many months of watching her navigate situations that most people would have found overwhelming. A quality of alert, settled attention that was not quite calm, but was something more useful than calm. The attention of someone who has decided to be present to what is happening rather than defended against it. Edward stayed close to her, which was unremarkable. But Carlisle noticed the specific quality of his closeness tonight, less the instinctive proximity of a person near the thing they loved, and more the deliberate positioning of someone who understood that what was about to be discussed would require careful handling of Bella's responses. Edward had been told, as Carlisle had, what this evening would contain, the history, the context, the parts of the story that Bella did not yet have access to in their full weight and specificity. He was prepared to be whatever she needed during the telling of it. The family assembled in the living room with the ease of long practice. Esme had lit the fire earlier, the warmth of it serving primarily as atmosphere. Only Bella would benefit from it physiologically, but atmosphere was not nothing, and Esme understood this better than anyone. Carlisle stood near the fireplace, the light from it shifting warmly in the room, and he looked around at each of them with the quiet inventory he took at the beginning of any significant gathering, checking the emotional register of the room, noting what each person was carrying, assessing what the conversation would need to account for and navigate. Rosalie had positioned herself near the window, which was her preferred location in these gatherings, the slight distance from the center of the room giving her the physical expression of a position she maintained philosophically. Present, attentive, but not quite yielded to the proceedings. Emmett sat beside her, more relaxed than she was, his posture carrying the open readiness of someone who had not yet decided what he thought about this evening, and was genuinely willing to let the content determine his response. Jasper was in the chair nearest the window on the opposite side, composed in the specific way he was composed in rooms with high emotional stakes, his gift managing the atmosphere with quiet precision. a steady presence beneath the surface of the gathering that made the room slightly more navigable for everyone in it without anyone necessarily noticing why. Alice was beside him, her eyes carrying the slightly distracted quality that meant her visions were active at the edge of her awareness, futures flickering in and out of focus as the decisions of the evening shifted the probabilities of what came after. Esme sat on the sofa with the warmth and steadiness she brought to every family gathering, the person in any room who made it feel like it was all right to say difficult things. And Edward stood near Bella's chair, having guided her to the seat closest to the fire, his hand resting lightly on the back of it. "I want to begin with history," Carlisle said, settling his gaze on the room rather than on any single person. "Because I've found across a long experience of facing difficult things that context is not a luxury. People sometimes treat it as one, something to pursue when there is time and set aside when there isn't. But in my experience, context is precisely what allows difficult information to be processed rather than simply absorbed as shock. What we are facing now has roots. Understanding those roots changes how we understand what's in front of us and how we respond to it." He paused for a moment, gathering the beginning of the story he was about to tell, letting himself feel the full weight of the memory before he brought it into the room. "I want to tell you about Ephraim Black," he said. He watched the name register in Bella's face. The flicker of recognition, the connection forming between the surname and the present before he had even begun to explain the past. He noted it and continued, because the connection was not incidental. It was the point. Ephraim Black had been the leader of the Quileute wolf pack in the 1920s, during the years when the Cullen family had first established a permanent residence in the Forks area. Carlisle had known him for several years before the treaty was formally negotiated, had been aware of him in the peripheral way that two groups occupying the same territory were necessarily aware of each other, through evidence and encounter and the careful observation of boundaries that had not yet been formally established, but were being maintained through mutual unspoken agreement. He had known, during those years, that Ephraim was watching the Cullens with the full attention of someone whose responsibility was the protection of his people from exactly the kind of beings the Cullens were, and he had respected that watching, had not resented it, because it was exactly what he would have done in Ephraim's position and what Ephraim's tradition and his duty required of him. He was not like anyone I had met before, Carlisle said, and he let the statement exist plainly without embellishment, because plain statements about remarkable people were more honest than elaborate ones. I had encountered wolves before, in other parts of the country and in Europe, in circumstances that were almost always adversarial. The relationship between our kinds was old and had very little history of anything other than conflict. Ephraim understood this history as well as I did. He carried it, and he came to the meeting I proposed anyway. Carlisle described the meeting, its setting, its atmosphere, the specific quality of the encounter between two beings who understood precisely what the other was, and what the history between their kinds contained, and who had chosen, at least for the duration of that meeting, to set that history on the table, rather than let it set the terms of everything that followed. Ephraim had come without the full pack, which had been a gesture of trust so costly that Carlisle had understood immediately the sincerity of the intention behind it. He had sat across from Carlisle in the grey light of a November afternoon and looked at him with the directness that the Quileute wolves, in Carlisle's subsequent experience, brought to all things, a quality of unmediated perception that did not soften what it saw, but did not distort it either. He told me that his people had been fighting the Cold Ones since before the memory of any living member of his tribe could reach, Carlisle said. He told me what the legends said we were, what his people understood our nature to be, what the history of encounters between our kinds had produced in terms of loss and grief on the Quileute side. He told me all of this not as an accusation, but as information, as the context that I needed to understand what it was costing him to be sitting across from me with the intention of negotiating rather than fighting. "And what did you tell him?" Bella asked. Her voice was quiet, genuinely curious in the way she was genuinely curious about things, not performing interest, but experiencing it. "I told him the truth," Carlisle said, "about what my family was, about what we had chosen to be and why, about the specific discipline of abstaining from human prey and what that discipline required and what it produced. I told him I understood why he had no reason to take my word for any of it, and that I was prepared to demonstrate rather than simply assert, over whatever period of time he required." "And he believed you," Bella said. "He chose to act as though he believed me," Carlisle corrected gently, "which is different and perhaps more admirable. He could not verify my claims. He had only my word and his own observation of whatever I was willing to let him observe. But he had enough evidence, enough instinct, enough wisdom about the difference between the species he had been prepared to fight and the specific individuals he was sitting across from, to decide that the experiment of peace was worth attempting. The treaty they had built together had required real concessions from both sides. Carlisle had accepted restrictions on the movements and activities of his family that placed real limits on their freedom of action in the region, and he had accepted them willingly because he understood what they signified, that the wolves' agreement to the peace was contingent on demonstrated respect for those limits, and that demonstrated respect was the only currency that had any real value in a negotiation between parties who had no shared history of trust to draw on. Ephraim had accepted, for his part, the presence of vampires on territory adjacent to his people's land, which required him to explain to his pack and his community why the ancient enemy was being permitted to remain rather than being driven out. That had not been a simple thing to explain, and Carlisle had known it was not simple, and he had held this knowledge as part of his ongoing accountability for what the treaty had required of the other side. Ephraim died in 1939, Carlisle said, after a moment of quiet, of natural causes, which is not common for a Quileute pack leader. He had chosen, in his later years, not to phase. The transformation that maintains youth and strength in the wolves requires continued shifting, and he had allowed himself to age instead, to grow old in the human way and leave the protection of his people to the generation that followed. I have sometimes thought about what that choice meant to him, what it cost, whether he made it with peace or with grief, or with some mixture of both that he carried privately to the end. He paused. Then, I would like to think that part of what allowed him to make that choice, to trust the continuity of the peace he had built, was that he had looked across a table at me and found something he considered trustworthy. I do not say this with confidence. I say it because it is the hope I have carried, and I think it is worth being honest about the hopes we carry alongside the facts. He moved then to the part of the evening he had been preparing for with the most care, and he addressed Jasper directly. "I'd like you to tell us about the Southern Wars," he said. "What's relevant to what we're facing, if you're willing." Jasper looked at him for a moment, with an expression that Carlisle had learned to read across decades of knowing him. The slight tightening around the eyes that meant something was being decided internally, assessed, weighed. Then he nodded once, with the economy of motion that characterized everything about him. What followed was something Carlisle had arranged but had not fully prepared himself to experience, and the distinction mattered. He had known Jasper's history for many years. He had been told the outline of it, had been given the essential facts in the measured, selective way that Jasper shared anything personal, carefully, precisely, with the minimum amount of exposure necessary to convey what needed to be conveyed. He had never heard Jasper tell it to a room. He had never witnessed the act of Jasper choosing to make this part of himself visible to the people he lived with, rather than simply acknowledging its existence when asked. Jasper told it without ceremony and without self-pity, which were the two qualities of the telling that made it most powerful. He described to Maria with the flat precision of someone describing a tactical environment rather than a person, which was perhaps the most honest way to describe her. She had been an environment, a set of conditions that shaped everything that happened within her influence. He described the operation she had built and the role he had occupied within it, his gift making him uniquely valuable as both a fighter and a manager of other fighters, capable of controlling the emotional atmosphere of a group of newborns in a way that made them more effective and more controllable than they would otherwise have been. He described what it felt like to be surrounded by newborns. He described this with the specificity that Carlisle had specifically asked for, because it was the specific thing they needed to understand. Not the abstract fact of newborn strength and aggression, which they all knew in theory, but the experiential reality of it, what it actually felt like from inside the situation to be surrounded by beings whose thirst had not yet been tempered by time or discipline, whose emotional state ran at an intensity that even the most experienced vampire would find demanding. With his gift, Jasper had felt all of it. Every newborn's hunger amplified through his empathic sense and returned to the collective, a feedback loop of craving that required constant, exhausting management to navigate without being consumed by it. He described the fighting. Carlisle listened without allowing his expression to change, because changing his expression would have been a comment on what Jasper was sharing, and this was not a moment for commentary. It was a moment for witness. He listened, and he held what he was hearing with the full quality of his attention, which was the most useful thing he could offer. Not comfort, which would have been inadequate, but genuine presence, genuine receipt of what Jasper was choosing to give the room. When Jasper finished, the quiet that followed had the specific texture of something having been received rather than simply heard. Carlisle let it stand for the right number of seconds. Then he said, "This is what is being built in Seattle, not identical. The scale is different, the context is different, and we don't yet know the full intent of the person directing it. But the essential element is the same. newborns created deliberately and in numbers pointed toward a target, and Jasper has been inside that situation in a way that none of the rest of us have. That knowledge is going to matter more than almost anything else we bring to what's coming. He watched Jasper receive this, and he saw in the slight shift of his posture the thing that the statement had been intended to produce. Not gratitude exactly, but the realignment that comes when something you have been carrying as a private burden is named publicly as a resource. The history that Jasper had spent years managing carefully, that he had never entirely been able to set aside, had just been identified as the most valuable thing in the room. Carlisle had meant every word of it. He moved then to the legend of the second wife, telling it slowly and with the attention to its specific weight that the story had earned across generations. He told it as Quilut oral tradition had preserved it, a time before the current shape of the wolf-vampire relationship, when the cold ones were simply the enemy and the question was how to survive them rather than how to negotiate with them. A chief, a cold one of particular power and persistence, and a woman who had understood, with the clarity of someone who had no good options and had decided to act anyway, that the one thing that could end the threat was the one thing that made her most vulnerable: her human blood, her mortality, the precise qualities that the cold one would find irresistible and that would create the opening the chief needed. She had not survived the giving of that opening. The story did not soften this, and Carlisle did not soften it in the telling. She had known going in what it would cost, and she had given it anyway. The room was quiet when he finished. Bella had not moved during the telling of it. She sat with her hands folded in her lap, and her expression carrying a quality that Carlisle recognized. Not the alert attention of someone gathering information, but the stiller and deeper attention of someone who has recognized themselves in a story and is sitting with what that recognition means. He did not say this aloud. It was not his observation to speak, but he held it, and he thought she knew he held it, and he thought that was all right. She didn't have good options, Bella said finally quietly. She just chose the one that saved the most people. Yes, Carlisle said. That's exactly right. He looked around the room one more time, at Jasper, whose face had the quality of someone who had set something down and was noticing the absence of its weight. At Alice, whose eyes had fully refocused, the futures she was watching apparently having clarified slightly. At Emmett, who was serious in the particular way that the specificity of Jasper's account had made him serious, not subdued, but more fully present to the reality of what they were preparing for. At Rosalie, whose expression had shifted during the telling of the second wife legend, in a way she probably was not fully aware of, something in the story having reached past her defenses and touched something she generally kept very carefully protected. At Esme, steady and warm, the emotional anchor of the room as she always was. At Edward, who was watching Bella with the focused attention of someone monitoring something precious for signs of strain. And at Bella herself, sitting by the fire, her human warmth the only warmth in the room that was not performed, her presence among them the thing that had made this evening necessary and the thing that made it, in some deeper sense, worth everything it was going to require. The fire moved in the grate. The rain continued its long, quiet conversation with the roof and the trees and the dark ground outside, and the room held, for a moment longer, the particular quality of a space in which hard and important things had been said and received and not destroyed anyone in the saying and receiving of them. That was, Carlisle thought, about as much as you could ask of any evening. The decision to approach Sam Yulee did not arrive suddenly. It arrived the way most of Carlisle's significant decisions arrived, through a long process of accumulation, of evidence weighing and quiet interior debate, of sitting with a conclusion that had presented itself relatively early and testing it methodically against every reasonable counter-argument before accepting, with the patience of someone who had been doing this kind of thinking for 3 centuries, that the counter-arguments were insufficient. He had been moving toward this decision for weeks, turning it over in the pre-dawn hours at his desk and in the brief intervals of stillness between patients at the hospital and in the long runs through the forest that served as his closest approximation to the kind of meditative practice he had observed in human beings across centuries and had never quite managed to adopt in any of its original forms. The running was not meditation, but it gave him the same thing meditation gave other people, the particular quality of thought that became available when the body was fully engaged and the mind was freed from the performance of managing its own stillness. What brought him to the boundary line on a Thursday morning in late April was not a single precipitating moment, but a convergence of several things arriving at the same time. Elias had called again 2 days earlier with an update that confirmed and then exceeded what Carlisle had feared. The Seattle situation was not stabilizing, was not plateauing, was in fact accelerating in exactly the pattern that Jasper had described from the inside of his own experience in the Southern Wars, the pattern of a newborn army approaching operational readiness with the specific momentum of something that had been carefully planned and was now executing according to that plan. Alice's visions had been returning images of futures that shifted too rapidly for clear reading, but shared one consistent characteristic. In the futures, where the Cullen family faced what was coming alone, the outcomes were darker and more uncertain than in the futures, where the weight of the threat was shared with others who had as much claim to it as the Cullens did. And Carlisle had stood at the boundary line the previous evening, alone in the dark, looking at the tree line on the Quileute side of the invisible division between their territories, and had understood something about that line that he had known abstractly for 2 years, but was only now understanding in the way that makes a person act. The line was not just a limit, it was a record. It was physical evidence written into the geography of the forest. The 2 groups who should by all historical logic have been irreconcilable had once found a way to be something else. That precedent was not decorative. It was not merely historical. It was available. And the current moment was precisely the kind of moment it had been waiting to be called upon for. He went alone. He had explained this to his family the previous evening when he had told them what he intended to do the following morning. And he had explained it carefully because he knew Edward's instinct would be to accompany him. And he knew Emmett's instinct would be to view the prospect of a meeting with the wolf alpha as something that benefited from the presence of numbers. And he wanted both instincts understood and then set aside. Going with others would change the register of the approach from a conversation to something that looked like a delegation, a formal overture backed by a visible display of strength, which would have placed Sam in the position of responding to a posture rather than an honest request. Carlisle was not going to posture. He was going to ask. He was going to make himself genuinely available to whatever Sam's response turned out to be, including responses that were not immediately favorable. And that kind of genuine availability required coming alone, without the framing the numbers would impose on the encounter before a word had been spoken. He reached the boundary line just after 6 in the morning, when the forest was in the first grey hour of dawn, the light coming diffuse and pale through the fir canopy, the mist still thick in the lower growth. He stopped at the line, on his side of it, and he waited. He did not cross. He would not cross without invitation, and the act of waiting at the boundary, rather than sending a message in advance or requesting a formal meeting through some intermediary, was itself a deliberate form of communication, a way of saying with his body and his stillness, rather than with words, that he was there, that he was not advancing, that he was asking to be met on terms that Sam would set. Sam arrived within 15 minutes, which meant the pack had been tracking his approach through the forest well before he reached the line, which was appropriate and expected, and told him nothing he didn't already know about the quality of the wolves' awareness of their territory. Sam came without the full pack, which was his own significant gesture. Carlisle could feel through the quality of the surrounding forest the distributed awareness of other wolves at a distance, present and ready, but not pressing, held back by Sam's decision that this initial meeting would be conducted between 2 people rather than 2 groups. Sam Yulee was younger than the weight he carried suggested, and then Carlisle had corrected himself for that thought, because young was a relative concept and entirely the wrong framework to apply to someone whose soul had been shaped by the responsibility he bore. He stood at the tree line with his arms at his sides and his posture carrying the particular uprightness of someone for whom leadership had become structural rather than deliberate, not a performance of authority, but the simple physical expression of a person who had been making difficult decisions for others long enough that the stance of it had become his natural stance. His face was composed and watchful, and his eyes, when they met Carlisle's across the invisible boundary, had the quality that all the Quileute wolves Carlisle had encountered possessed, a directness that did not soften what it perceived and did not add to it either, a quality of simple, accurate seeing that Carlisle had always found, despite the adversarial context in which he most often encountered it, genuinely admirable. "Dr. Cullen," Sam said. "Carlisle," Carlisle said, with the same gentle insistence he had offered Jacob at this same line weeks earlier. "Please." Sam held the question of the name without quite answering it. A deferral, a holding of the question of familiarity until the substance of the encounter had been established. Carlisle received this as the appropriate response that it was. Familiarity was earned through what was said and done in the next hour, not granted in advance of it. "You've come about Seattle," Sam said. It was not a question. He had already reached the same conclusions that Carlisle had reached, or conclusions close enough to them that the general shape was the same even if the specific details differed. "Yes," Carlisle said, "though I want to be clear about something before anything else. I'm not here to ask for your help as though the threat is ours, and your involvement would be a favor extended to us. That framing would be dishonest, and it would also be wrong. The threat is moving through Quileute territory as much as through ours. The question I've come to ask is whether we address a shared threat separately, each operating on partial knowledge of a situation that affects us both, or whether we're willing to consider a different approach. Sam looked at him steadily. "What do you know?" he asked. Carlisle told him everything. He told him what Elias had reported, including the most recent update, and he told him what Jasper had contributed from his direct experience of how newborn armies operated. Not the abstract fact of their existence, but the specific texture of what they were capable of, how they behaved, what they felt like from inside the situation of facing them. He told it in the order that made it clearest, beginning with the pattern of the Seattle killings and moving through the evidence of deliberate direction, and concluding with the timeline that Elias had suggested and that Alice's shifting visions had been unable to contradict. He told it plainly, without softening the parts that were alarming, because Sam deserved accuracy, and accuracy was the only basis on which any decision Sam made afterward would be worth making. Sam listened without interrupting. The quality of his listening was total. He was not preparing his response while Carlisle spoke, was not managing his reaction or tracking toward a predetermined conclusion. He was simply receiving the information with the full quality of his attention, which was one of the rarest and most useful things one person could offer another in a high-stakes conversation. When Carlisle finished, the forest held its morning sounds around them. Birds, water, wind in the high firs. And Sam was quiet for a long moment. "We've been tracking the pattern from our side," he said finally. "We didn't have the full picture you're describing, but the direction of it has been registering for weeks. The pack has been discussing it." A pause. "We didn't know it had a name. What Jasper described, the southern walls. We didn't have that context. That context is part of why I came," Carlisle said. "Jasper survived those wars from the inside. What he knows about how these armies operate, how they're directed, what their vulnerabilities are, that knowledge has direct bearing on what's coming, and I didn't think it was right to hold it exclusively when others in the path of the same threat could use it." Sam regarded him for a moment with the particular quality of assessment that Carlisle had encountered in the very best of the physicians and commanders he had known across his long life. Not skepticism exactly, but a rigorous honesty about the gap between what someone said and what was actually driving them to say it. "Why does it matter to you?" Sam said carefully. "Whether we have that knowledge or not, you could prepare your own family. You could face this alone." It was the right question, and Carlisle had expected it, and he answered it with the same directness that Sam had brought to asking it. Because facing it alone produces worse outcomes for both of us than facing it together. And I've lived long enough to know the difference between self-sufficiency and self-defeating pride. And because, he paused, selecting the words with care. Ephraim Black sat across from me 80 years ago and extended something that his tradition said he shouldn't extend, because he was wise enough to understand that the tradition hadn't been written for the situation he was actually in. I have been the beneficiary of that wisdom for 80 years. It seems to me that the least I can do is try to be worthy of it when the situation calls for it again. Something shifted in Sam's expression at the mention of Ephraim. not a dramatic shift. Sam was not a person of dramatic shifts, but a change in the quality of his attention, a slight deepening of it, as though the name had activated something in him that ordinary conversation did not reach. He was a man who took his people's history seriously, Carlisle understood. He felt the weight of what his predecessors had built and decided and passed forward, and he carried that weight not as a burden, but as a responsibility he had chosen and continued to choose. The invocation of Ephraim was not a strategy on Carlisle's part. It was an honest acknowledgement of the debt he owed and the precedent he was appealing to, and the distinction mattered to him, and he believed it mattered to Sam. "I need to speak with the pack," Sam said. "This isn't a decision I make alone." "I would think less of you if it were," Carlisle said, and meant it. "What specifically are you proposing?" Sam said. "Concretely." "Information sharing is the foundation," Carlisle said. "Whatever either of us learns about the army's movement, timeline, or direction, we share it through whatever channel you determine is appropriate, rather than each acting on partial knowledge. Second, coordinated preparation. An understanding of each other's capabilities and limitations before we're in the middle of a confrontation and discovering them in real time. Third, and I want to be honest, that this is the most significant thing I'm proposing. If it comes to direct engagement, I believe the combined capabilities of your pack and my family would produce a better outcome than either of us facing it independently. I'm not asking you to fight our battle. I'm asking whether we might be willing to fight a shared battle together, when and if that becomes necessary, and on terms that we agree to in advance rather than improvise under pressure." Sam was quiet for long enough that Carlisle heard, in the surrounding forest, the subtle shift of a wolf repositioning somewhere in the trees to the left. One of the pack, close enough to be called upon, far enough to be respecting the boundary of the conversation. Then Sam said, "Give me 3 days." "Take what you need," Carlisle said. They parted there, Sam turning back into the trees without ceremony, and Carlisle standing at the line for a moment, after the sound of his departure had been absorbed by the forest general quiet. He felt the particular quality of having said what he had come to say as clearly and as honestly as he was capable of saying it. The outcome was Sam's now, and the pack's, and waiting was the appropriate response to that, and he was prepared to wait. He ran back toward the house through the brightening morning, covering the distance in the few minutes it took, arriving to find his family distributed through the house in the various patterns of a morning that had been waiting for news and was now receiving the fact of its absence. He told them what had been said and what had been agreed to wait for. He watched each of them receive it in their particular way, Edward's expression carrying the specific quality of someone who'd been hoping for a faster resolution and was adjusting to the timeline that had been offered instead, his thoughts visibly moving toward Bella, and the question of whether 3 days represented a meaningful additional exposure to risk. Emmett settling his weight differently, the adjustment of someone recalibrating from imminent action to continued preparation. Jasper's face doing the least, as it usually did when he was doing the most. The tactical mind already working through the implications of what a successful outcome to the conversation would mean for their strategy. What coordinated preparation would actually look like in practice. Alice's eyes clearing fractionally, as though the conversation Carlisle had just had resolved some of the branching futures she had been watching into a slightly more navigable set. Rosalie saying nothing, which communicated everything. Esme touched his arm briefly as he passed her on the way to his study, a gesture that required no words and received none. 3 days passed. Carlisle maintained his ordinary routines with the discipline of someone who understood that ordinary life was not a distraction from what mattered, but one of the things that mattered, that the performance of it during difficult periods was not pretense but a genuine form of care for himself and for the people around him, who benefited from the stability of his visible steadiness. He saw his patients. He completed his paperwork. He hunted on the second evening with the thoroughness of someone who understood that physical preparation was its own form of readiness. He spoke with Elias once more and received a further update that sharpened the urgency of the timeline without changing its essential character. On the third evening, just after the sun had finished its descent and the forest had settled into the full dark of a Pacific Northwest night, Carlisle felt the shift in the quality of the air that told him something was happening at the boundary line. He was there within minutes. Sam stood at the tree line on his side, and beside him stood 2 members of the pack, young men whose posture carried the particular combination of youth and supernatural capability that Carlisle had come to recognize as the Quileute Wolves' characteristic presentation: strong and wary and genuinely formidable. Sam had brought them not as a threat, but as witness, Carlisle understood. Whatever Sam had decided, he had brought members of his pack to see it decided, to be present for the moment at which the history between their kinds bent in a new direction. The packers agreed, Sam said. Information sharing, coordinated preparation, direct engagement. We discuss it when we know more about what that actually requires. That's everything I asked for, Carlisle said. It's not everything you were hoping for, Sam said, and there was in his directness something that was not unfriendly. A precision, a quality of seeing the gap between what Carlisle had said and what Carlisle had wanted clearly enough to name it. No, Carlisle said honestly, but it's the right place to begin. I've been building trust in stages for a long time. I understand how it works, and I'm not impatient with the process. Sam nodded. Once, the economy of it carrying more weight than an elaborate response would have. Ephraim said you were different from what they expected, Sam said. That's in the oral history. Those specific words, that you were different from what they expected. Carlisle received this in silence for a moment, feeling its weight settle into him. Not as a compliment, though it was offered without hostility, but as a continuity, a thread connecting this conversation across 80 years to the one that had made it possible. The oral history of the Quileute people had preserved a specific thing that Ephraim Black had said about Carlisle Cullen, and Sam Yulee was standing at the boundary line in the dark and offering that preservation back to him as both context and perhaps as challenge. I hope I've continued to deserve it, Carlisle said. So far, Sam said, and there was in it the closest thing to a smile that the gravity of the occasion permitted. They spent the next 30 minutes discussing logistics with the precision that both of them, in their different ways, brought to practical problems. How information would be shared through Jacob, who was already in contact with both sides through his relationship with Bella, and through direct meetings at the boundary when the content required it. coordinated preparation would be organized. Training sessions on neutral ground, the specific clearing in the forest that sat equidistant between both territories and had been used for generations by the Quileute people for gatherings that required space and privacy. What the protocol would be if either side received information that suggested the timeline had accelerated beyond the current estimate. Sam was precise and methodical, every bit the strategic mind that his role required him to be, and Carlisle found himself genuinely impressed by the quality of his thinking, the way he anticipated complications and addressed them before they became problems, the way he held multiple considerations simultaneously without allowing any one of them to dominate the others. This was, Carlisle understood, a young man who had grown into his responsibility with a thoroughness that was not common at any age. When Carlisle returned to the house and gathered his family to tell them what had been decided, the combined training sessions began within the week. Jasper took the lead on the Cullen side, which was the obvious and correct assignment. His military background and his direct knowledge of newborn behavior made him the most qualified person in either group to design preparation for what was coming. He approached it with the focused intensity of someone who had been waiting, without knowing he was waiting, for a situation that specifically required everything his history had made him. Carlisle watched the first session from the edge of the clearing. Wolves and vampires on the same ground, working toward the same purpose. The ancient enmity between their kind subordinated, not erased but subordinated, to the immediate and practical necessity of what they were facing together. He watched it with a particular feeling of someone witnessing something that should not have been possible and was happening anyway. He thought about Ephraim Black. He thought about a November afternoon 80 years ago, and a man who had looked at him across a table and chosen, with full knowledge of what he was choosing and what it cost, to extend a hand rather than raise a weapon. The boundary in the forest had bent. It had not broken. It was still there, still maintained, still the record of what two unlikely parties had built together across 80 years of honoring it. But it had bent in the direction that the present moment required, and the bending had been possible because of what had been built before it, because of Ephraim's wisdom and Carlisle's long years of demonstrating that the trust Ephraim had extended was not misplaced. He intended to make it count. He had been intending this in one form or another for 80 years. The intention had never felt more specific or more urgent or more clearly within reach than it did now. Watching wolves and vampires train together in a forest clearing in the grey April light, preparing to face something that neither of them could face as well alone. He turned from the clearing and walked back toward the house through the trees, and the forest held its quiet around him, and the mist moved through the firs with the patience of something that had been doing this long before any of them had arrived, and would continue long after. And he felt, underneath everything, underneath the urgency and the grief and the weight of what was coming, the settled and bone-deep satisfaction of someone who has spent 3 centuries trying to be a specific kind of person, and has, in this moment, succeeded. Carlisle was not on the mountain. He knew this mattered, knew that his absence from the specific geography of that night meant his account of it would always be reconstructed rather than witnessed, assembled from fragments rather than experienced as a whole. He had made peace with this, in the way he had made peace with many things across his long existence, by understanding that the version of events available to him was not inferior to a first-hand account, so much as it was different from one, and that different had its own particular value. He'd spent 3 centuries learning to read people, their faces, their silences, their careful word choices, and their unguarded ones. And what he assembled from those readings in the days following the night on the mountain was, he believed, as accurate a picture of what had happened as the people who had been present could have given him if they had tried to be completely honest, which most of them, for various reasons, were not entirely able to be. What he knew with certainty before the night had even begun: Bella was on the mountain in a storm that was producing temperatures no human body was designed to manage without assistance. Alice had seen this coming, had communicated the temperature projections and the specific vulnerability of the situation, and Carlisle had thought about it with his physician's mind and had not liked what the thinking produced. Hypothermia was not a dramatic process from the outside. It was quiet and incremental, the body's core temperature dropping in small fractions of a degree, while the person experiencing it became progressively less capable of registering the danger. He had treated it many times in patients who had arrived at the hospital in states ranging from uncomfortable to critical, and he knew its stages with a clinical precision that the rest of his family did not share. He also knew, with the calm certainty of that precision, that the cold Bella would experience on that mountain without sufficient warmth was not a manageable inconvenience. It was a genuine medical risk, and the solution to it was not something anyone in the Cullen family could provide. What Jacob Black provided that night was not symbolic. Carlisle wanted to be clear about this in his own thinking, because he'd observed in the days that followed the tent scene a tendency, in Edward especially, but in others as well, to process Jacob's role through the lens of what it meant emotionally and relationally, rather than what it meant physiologically. Jacob had kept Bella warm. He'd kept her core temperature from dropping to a level that would have required medical intervention and might, depending on the specific progression of conditions on that mountain, have required more than that. This was not a metaphor. It was medicine, and Carlisle held this fact with the same respect he gave all medical facts, as something real, something that mattered, something that deserved to be acknowledged without the distortion of the complicated feelings that surrounded it. He learned the details of the night incrementally from multiple sources, in the way that a physician builds a diagnosis from partial and sometimes conflicting information gathered over time. Alice first, her account filtered through the visions she had been monitoring throughout the night. Not clear, not complete, obscured by Bella's persistent blankness in her sight, but present enough to give Carlisle the general shape of events. Then Jasper, whose account was the most economical and the most accurate, delivered with the precision of someone who had been focused on the tactical dimensions of the night and had paid close attention to what was relevant and very little attention to what was not. Then Edward, whose account was the most difficult to receive, not because it was dishonest, but because the honesty of it was costing him something visible and significant, and receiving something that costs the person giving it is his own form of responsibility. Edward told him about the conversation with Jacob in pieces, across 2 separate evenings, not in the linear way that a straightforward report would have been delivered, but in the associative way that something revisited rather than simply recounted tends to emerge. Carlisle listened to both pieces with the full quality of his attention, assembling them, understanding what he was being given. Not just information about what had been said in a tent on a mountain in a storm, but evidence of something that had been happening in Edward for months and had found, in that unlikely setting, a particular and significant expression. His son had sat through a frozen night beside a wolf who loved the same person he loved, and he had talked to him. Not civilly exactly. Civil was too thin a word for what Carlisle understood had actually happened. Honestly, he had talked to Jacob with the kind of honesty that is only possible in situations stripped of the usual social protections, where the temperature is too cold and the hour too late, and the circumstances too stripped of ordinary buffer for anything but the actual truth to seem worth the effort of speaking. And what Edward had said in that context was something that Carlisle turned over in his mind for a long time after hearing it. He had told Jacob that he knew what Jacob could give Bella, that he could not. He had said this plainly, without the minimizing or the redirection that would have been easier and would have served his own feelings better. He had acknowledged the warmth, the humanity, the future that Jacob represented. The version of Bella's life that included aging and family, and all the things that a life beside Edward would require her to give up. He'd said that he understood why. Jacob's love for her was real and serious, and not simply the stubbornness of someone refusing to accept an outcome, but a genuine recognition of something genuinely valuable. And he had said all of this, Carlisle understood from the careful accounting of Edward's fragmented telling, while being entirely present to the fact that it cost him something to say it. Carlisle held this for a long time. He had known Edward for nearly 90 years, and he had watched him move through the stages of his relationship with Bella, with the attention of someone who loved him, and also, increasingly, with the recognition that Bella was producing in Edward a quality of character that Edward had always possessed in potential, but had rarely been required to fully actualize. She was making him more generous, not by demanding it, not by asking for more than he was naturally inclined to give, but simply by being the specific person she was, which required, if she was to be truly loved rather than simply possessed, a kind of generosity that Edward's nature did not make easy. The conversation with Jacob in the tent was evidence that he was becoming capable of it, that it had happened in a frozen tent on a mountain in a storm, at 3 a.m, in the presence of the specific person it was most difficult to say these things in front of, made it more rather than less significant. He thought about Jacob in that tent. He thought about this with the care he gave to Jacob in general, which was more than the rest of his family tended to give, and which he had never felt the need to apologize for. Jacob had sat through that same night with full knowledge of what the morning would bring, the confrontation with the newborn army, the danger to people he cared about, the continuation of a situation in which the person he loved was choosing, repeatedly and deliberately, someone else. He had kept Bella warm because she needed warmth, and he had it to give, and giving it was the right thing to do, regardless of what it cost him in proximity to a situation that was already painful. He had talked to Edward honestly, which required setting aside the territoriality and the resentment that would have been entirely understandable and replacing them with something considerably more demanding. And then, when the morning came, he had prepared to fight on behalf of people who included the man, his rival, and the woman who had chosen that rival over him. Carlisle had observed, across a very long existence, many examples of what love produced in people. He had seen it produce selfishness and sacrifice and delusion and clarity and pettiness and extraordinary grace, often in the same person, across different moments of the same relationship. What he observed in Jacob Black across the events of this period was, he thought, grace. Imperfect and sometimes barely maintained, occasionally giving way to the anger and grief that were entirely justified, but essentially present as the defining quality of how Jacob was choosing to move through a situation that he had not chosen and could not resolve. Bella's dream troubled him. He learned about it not directly. Bella had not told anyone about it in specific terms, had processed it privately in the way she processed most things that touched her most deeply. But through Alice, who had glimpsed the edges of it through her partial sight, and through what he knew about Bella well enough to infer, she had dreamed about Jacob. She had dreamed specifically about a choice, a moment of the kind that dreams sometimes construct, stripped of the complications of the waking world to something more essential, where the fundamental thing is visible without the overlay of consequence and logistics and social reality. And in that dream, the choice had not been entirely clear. Carlisle thought about this with the compassion it deserved, rather than the anxiety it might have produced in someone less committed to seeing Bella as a full and complex person. She loved Edward. He had no doubt about this, had observed it too carefully for too long to entertain genuine uncertainty about it. But love, in his experience, was rarely singular in the way that stories about it tended to suggest. The love she had for Jacob was real. It was different from what she had with Edward. Different in kind, different in weight, different in what it asked of her and what it offered. But dismissing it as lesser because it was different would have been both inaccurate and unfair. She was not confused about her choice. She was fully aware that her choice had a cost, and the dream was simply the part of her that understood and felt the cost working its way toward the surface in the one space where it could do so without disrupting anything. Carlisle had sat with the knowledge of Bella's dream and had felt, beneath the complexity of it, something that surprised him by arriving as comfort rather than concern. She was going into her transformation knowing the full weight of what she was leaving. She was not arriving at immortality through innocence. She was arriving through a clear-eyed assessment of everything the human life she was relinquishing contained, including the specific and real and irreplaceable person who existed within it, who loved her and whom she loved. This seemed to him important. It seemed to him the difference between a choice made with partial information and a choice made with full information, and full information, in his experience, produced decisions that held. He spent the day of the battle at the house, coordinating what could be coordinated from a distance, maintaining communication through Alice and through the channels that had been established with Sam's pack in the weeks since the alliance had been agreed to. He was not a warrior. This was something he had understood about himself across centuries of being what he was. He possessed the physical capabilities that all vampires possessed, and he would use them without hesitation when the safety of his family required it. But the deliberate cultivation of combat as a skill was not something that had ever been part of who he chose to be. What he could offer from the house was coordination and medical preparation, and the particular quality of steady presence that allowed everyone around him to do what they needed to do without spending energy managing their anxiety about what was happening elsewhere. Esme was with him. They did not speak much through the long hours of the morning. They had been together long enough that silence between them had the quality of full communication rather than his absence. Each of them present to the other, each of them engaged with the same weight, each of them performing the same discipline of remaining available to what was needed rather than being consumed by what was feared. She made tea that neither of them would drink twice, because the making of it was something for her hands to do, and Carlisle found the sound of it in the kitchen, the ordinary domestic sound of water and vessels, steadying in a way he did not examine too closely. He thought about Edward on that mountain through the morning hours, in the intervals between the practical demands of coordination. He thought about his son choosing to be with Bella rather than in the fight, which was the right choice tactically and the right choice personally, and had still cost Edward something to make. The pride of someone who wanted to be protecting his family in the most direct way available, set aside for the more important thing. He thought about what it meant that Edward trusted Jasper to lead the others, trusted the alliance that Carlisle had built with the wolves, trusted the preparation that all of them had undertaken together to be sufficient. Trust was not something Edward extended easily. The extending of it here was its own form of the growing that Carlisle had been watching in him across the months of this particular chapter. Alice's visions came through the morning in fragments, relayed through whatever channel was fastest, sometimes directly, sometimes through Jasper, sometimes through the simple evidence of her physical responses to what she was seeing. Carlisle read these fragments with the practiced accuracy of someone who had been interpreting Alice's communications for more than 50 years and had learned to understand what the quality of her uncertainty meant as much as the content of what she reported. When her visions sharpened, it meant decisions were being made and futures were clarifying. When they blurred, it meant the opposite. Through most of the morning, they blurred. They sharpened finally in the late morning. The quality of Alice's awareness, transmitted through the means available to them, shifted from the uncertain to the settled in the specific way that Carlisle had learned to associate with a crisis that had passed its peak. He did not exhale. Vampires did not need to exhale, but something in him released in a way that was functionally equivalent to it. He began then to prepare for what would come after. The medical preparation he had been making all morning became specific and purposeful, rather than precautionary. He laid out what he would need for treating injuries in the aftermath, both for his family and, this was the part that would require the most careful management, for any members of the Quileute pack who sustained damage in the engagement. He had thought about this in advance, had considered the protocols that would make medical intervention acceptable and respectful rather than presumptuous, had planned to ask before touching and to offer rather than impose. The wolves' physiology was different from a vampire's. Their supernatural healing was faster and more complete, but there was a window in which assistance made a meaningful difference, and he intended to be useful in that window if he was permitted to be. He thought about Seth Clearwater during these preparations. Alice had mentioned Seth, the youngest of the wolves involved, the one who had chosen to stay near Edward on the mountain rather than return to the pack. He was, by any measure that Carlisle could apply, a child by the standards of the responsibility he was being asked to carry, whatever his physical capabilities might be. Carlisle felt this with the specific quality of feeling that young people in dangerous situations had always produced in him across centuries of medicine. Not sentimentality, but a clean and clear grief for the narrowing of futures that violence imposed on people who had not yet had the chance to explore the full width of their own. He intended to check Seth's injuries personally when the day was over. He intended to do this not as a medical obligation, but as an acknowledgement that Seth had fought beside Edward, had trusted the alliance enough to be present for its first real test, and that this deserved to be honored in whatever practical way was available. The afternoon moved toward its end. The house held its warmth. Esme sat beside him on the sofa with her hand in his, and they waited together for the sound of the family returning, for the specific quality of arrival that would tell them, before a word was spoken, what had been lost and what had been preserved. Carlisle sat with the full weight of the day and felt it as what it was, not a conclusion, but a passage. One of the significant passages of a story that was still being written, through which his family had moved and would emerge changed in ways that were not yet fully visible. He had learned, across 3 centuries of significant passages, to receive them with the patience of someone who understood that the meaning of events revealed itself over time rather than immediately, and that the most useful thing a person could do in the immediate aftermath of something difficult was simply to be present to what was needed next. What was needed next was for everyone to come home. He waited for that, steadily and without performance, in the quiet of the house with Esme beside him, and the long April afternoon finally giving way to evening outside the glass walls. They would come home. He knew this, not as hope, but as the specific quality of certainty that Alice's sharpened visions had produced in him when they had clarified that morning. They would come home, and there would be injuries to tend and stories to hear, and the long work of understanding what this day had meant and what it required of all of them going forward. He was ready. He was, as he had been for 3 centuries, ready. The meadow existed in a particular kind of silence before the newborns arrived, not the silence of emptiness. It was full of the ordinary sounds of a May morning in the Olympic Peninsula, birdsong, and the movement of wind through the grass at the clearing's edge, and the distant conversation of water over stone somewhere in the trees to the north. But underneath those sounds, beneath the surface layer of the natural world, conducting its usual business, was a different quality of quiet altogether. The quality of held breath, of things positioned and waiting, of a situation that had been building for weeks arriving, finally, at the moment when building was finished, and whatever came next had to be faced directly. Carlisle stood at the eastern edge of the clearing and felt this quality of silence with the full range of his senses, which were giving him information that no human present could have received. He could hear the family distributed through the tree line, each of them still in the way that vampires were still when stillness was the appropriate response. Absolute, complete, without the unconscious fidgeting and adjustment that living bodies performed without awareness. He could hear, further out, and from a different direction, the wolves. Their breathing different from a vampire stillness, their bodies generating heat and sound in the way of living things, their presence in the trees around the meadow a warmth that his senses registered as distinct from the cold morning air. He could hear, from a distance that was decreasing with each passing minute, the approach of the newborns. He had positioned himself deliberately, not at the center of the family's formation, which was Jasper's domain, and where Jasper needed to be. Moving through the engagement with the military precision and the empathic management that made him the most tactically valuable person in the field. Not at the front, which was where Emmett was. His massive physical presence serving as both shield and weapon. His straightforward power, the most efficient response to the straightforward power of newborns, who had not yet learned to be anything other than strength and thirst. Carlisle was at the flank, the eastern edge, the position from which he could see the broadest cross-section of what was happening and move quickly to wherever the situation required him most. This was, he understood about himself, the position that suited both his capabilities and his nature. Not leading the assault, not performing violence for its own sake, but present and capable and positioned to protect. He thought, in the last minutes before the newborns emerged from the tree line, about the fact that he was about to fight. He thought about this clearly and without the distortion of either romanticization or excessive self-reproach, because both of those responses would have been dishonest, and he had spent too long committed to honesty to abandon it now. He was going to hurt people today, or rather, and the distinction mattered to him even now, even in this context. He was going to destroy beings who had been people before someone had made them into weapons and send them toward his family without adequate preparation for what they were or what they were walking into. They had been human once. Each of them had been someone's child, had had a name and a life and a future that had been interrupted and redirected into this, into a death march, dressed up as an army, into the specific tragedy of being powerful enough to be dangerous and inexperienced enough to be destroyed. He carried this knowledge the way he carried most difficult knowledge, not as something to be set aside in the moment of crisis, but as something to be held alongside the crisis, informing how he moved through it without slowing him down. He would not be cruel in what he did today. He would be effective, and he would be quick, and he would give the newborns facing him the mercy of an end that was faster than the alternative. This was not a comfort exactly. It was simply the most honest accounting he could make of what he was about to do and why. And honesty was the only basis on which he was willing to proceed. The first newborn emerged from the tree line to the south, and then two more beside it, and then the rest in a spreading wave. Not the organized formation of a trained military unit, which was exactly what Jasper had predicted and prepared for, but the chaotic surge of beings driven by thirst and by the momentum of their own movement, carrying toward the scent of vampires ahead of them with the single-minded intensity that newly turned creatures brought to everything their senses registered as significant. They were, as Jasper had described them, vivid in a way that experienced vampires were not. Their eyes a violent red, their movements carrying the excessive force of strength that had not yet been calibrated by time and use, their emotional atmosphere radiating outward with an intensity that Carlisle could feel even without Jasper's gift. Jasper's voice moved through the family's formation with the quiet authority of someone who had done this before and was not uncertain about any dimension of what he was asking. The plan executed with a precision that spoke to the weeks of preparation that had produced it. Each family member moving to their designated position with the economy of people who had rehearsed this exact geometry until it was instinct rather than intention. Carlisle moved to his, covering the eastern flank with the speed that his 3 centuries of existence had given him, arriving at his position in the seconds before the first wave of newborns reached the family's line. The first newborn that engaged him was young, recently turned, his eyes still the vivid crimson of someone who had not yet had time for the color to deepen toward the darker red that months of feeding produced. He moved with the reckless confidence of someone who had never encountered a vampire older than himself, and therefore had no experiential basis for understanding that the gap in their respective capabilities was not simply a matter of degree. Carlisle did not enjoy what he did next. He did it quickly, with the precision of someone who understood exactly what he was doing and had committed to doing it as cleanly as possible. And then he moved to the next engagement without allowing himself to dwell in the aftermath. This was the rhythm of it. The quality of sustained focus that combat required was something Carlisle had not fully accessed in decades, perhaps longer, and he was aware of it now as a distinct mode of consciousness, narrowed, immediate, the long temporal perspective of his usual thinking compressed into the present moment and what it required. He was not thinking about the Volturi or the Alliance or Bella on the mountain, or the history of the decisions that had brought everyone to this meadow on this morning. He was thinking about the next newborn, and the angle of approach, and the position of his family members relative to his own, and the specific vulnerabilities and strengths of the creature currently moving toward him. He was watching the field as a whole at the same time, which was one of the advantages of his position at the flank, the broader view available from the edge rather than the center. He watched Emmett tear through the engagement with a straightforward devastation that was, from a purely tactical standpoint, exactly what was needed. Emmett did not fight with elegance or strategy. He fought with the absolute confidence of someone whose physical capabilities were among the most formidable of any vampire alive, and that confidence was not misplaced. The newborns who engaged him discovered this quickly and conclusively. Carlisle felt a complicated and genuine affection for his son in these moments, for the uncomplicated directness of him, for the way Emmett inhabited his own nature without ambivalence or self-reproach. Rosalie fought on Emmett's flank with a precision and a ferocity that Carlisle had always known she possessed but rarely witnessed deployed at full capacity. She was protecting Emmett. This was visible in every choice she made about positioning and target selection, her own safety a secondary consideration to ensuring that nothing reached him from the angles he was not watching. The love in this was as clear and as powerful as anything Carlisle had ever witnessed between two people, expressed not in words or gestures, but in the specific grammar of combat, in where she chose to stand and what she chose to face. He loved her in this moment with the particular quality of love that comes from seeing a person fully. Not the version they curate for ordinary observation, but the version that emerges when circumstances remove the option of curation. Alice moved through the engagement with the preternatural grace that her gift produced. Arriving at positions just before the newborns she was engaging expected her to be there, her movements shaped by the vision of their next actions rather than simply their current ones. She appeared and disappeared within the chaos of the field with a fluency that Carlisle watched with genuine admiration, understanding that what looked like dancing from the outside was in fact the most precise form of combat available to any of them. Fighting not against what was happening but against what was about to happen, which was an entirely different and considerably more efficient proposition. Jasper moved through the field in the mode that his history had made possible, and that Carlisle had always understood intellectually, but was only now witnessing in full deployment. He was not simply fighting. He was managing the entire engagement simultaneously, his gift pushing through the emotional atmosphere of the field, influencing the newborn's fear and confusion, creating openings for the family and the wolves that the newborn's own emotional state was made to produce. He was also directing, reading the flow of the combat with the experience of someone who had stood in the middle of situations like this many times and had learned to see them as systems rather than as chaos, and making adjustments to the family's positioning with the quiet authority of someone whose instructions were followed because they were consistently correct. The wolves fought in the trees at the clearing's perimeter, taking the newborns who broke through the family's line or who moved to flank the formation, their speed and power operating in a register that was different from the vampires but entirely complementary to it. Carlisle watched the combined engagement work with the specific satisfaction of seeing something he had designed produce the outcome it was designed for. The alliance that he and Sam had negotiated at the boundary line. The training sessions that Jasper had run in the clearing north of the house. All of it visible now in the way the two groups operated as a coordinated system, rather than as two separate forces occupying the same space. He thought briefly about Seth. He could not see the mountain from the meadow, could not hear whatever was happening at the elevation where Bella's tent had been. But he was aware of the mountain the way you were aware of the things you were deliberately not focusing on, present at the edge of attention, held there with the care of something being preserved rather than ignored. Edward was there. Seth was there. They were handling what was happening on the mountain, and his attention was needed here in the meadow, and he returned it to the meadow with the discipline of someone who understood that divided attention in the middle of a field. Engagement was the specific thing most likely to produce the outcomes he most wanted to avoid. He lost count of the specific engagements he moved through in the middle portion of the battle. This was not because he wasn't paying attention, but because the nature of the engagement during its peak was such that individual encounters blurred into a continuous demand for response. One situation resolving as another presented itself, the field in constant motion, the situation changing faster than it could be individually catalogued. What he retained from this period was not a sequence of discrete events, but a general impression. The family was holding. The wolves were holding. The newborns, for all their power and their numbers, were encountering something that their training had not prepared them for. not simply strength, but the specific combination of experience and coordination, and the empathic management of the field's emotional atmosphere that made the Cullen family, in this context, something categorically more formidable than the sum of their individual capabilities. The tide shifted in the way that tides shifted in these engagements, not with a single dramatic moment, but with a gradual change in the mathematics of the situation, in the ratio of newborns still engaged to newborns no longer a factor, until the ratio crossed the threshold and the remaining newborns, whose thirst had driven them into this field with complete disregard for consequence, began to register consequence for the first time. Some of them broke. Some of them turned and ran for the tree line. The wolves caught most of them. The ones who made it into the trees were tracked and addressed with the quiet efficiency of beings who knew this particular forest better than any recently arrived army. When the active engagement ended, the meadow had the quality that Carlisle had observed in the aftermath of every violent confrontation he had been present for in his long existence. A kind of suspended stillness, the abrupt absence of the noise and motion that had filled the space for the past 40 minutes, leaving a quiet that felt manufactured rather than natural. His family was intact. He confirmed this with the physician's systematic attention that he applied to the aftermath of every dangerous situation, moving through the clearing, checking each family member, assessing for injuries with the speed and precision of 3 centuries of medical practice. Emmett had taken a strike to the shoulder that had produced a crack in the marble of him, rather than anything that would constitute lasting damage. Rosalie was unmarked in the way that Rosalie sometimes emerged from situations that should have marked her. The combination of her own capability and Emmett's protective instincts having kept her clear of the worst of it. Alice was entirely unscathed. Jasper had a cut across his forearm that was already beginning the slow process of vampire healing. Carlisle attended to each of them briefly, efficiently, cataloguing and confirming. Then he turned his attention to the wolves at the clearing's edge. 3 of the pack had sustained injuries in the engagement, none critical, their supernatural healing already visibly engaged in the process of repair, but none so minor that Carlisle's assistance would be irrelevant in the window before that healing completed its work. He approached Sam first, because approaching Sam first was the appropriate acknowledgement of the structure of what they had built together, and he asked, plainly, without presuming, without making the asking feel like a formality, whether the pack would accept his assistance. Sam looked at him for a moment with that direct assessing quality. Then he nodded. Carlisle spent the next 20 minutes working at the clearing's edge with the wolves, providing the assistance that the window allowed him to provide. He worked carefully, asking before each action, explaining what he was doing and why, treating the wolves with the same respect and the same professional care that he gave every patient who had ever been in his charge. He thought about Seth while he worked, about the young wolf on the mountain who had chosen to stay with Edward rather than return to the pack. He made a note to check Seth specifically when the full accounting of the day's injuries was made. When the work was done, Carlisle stood in the meadow and looked at what the morning had produced. The field had the specific appearance of the aftermath of a vampire engagement, the evidence visible to eyes that knew what they were looking at. largely invisible to human eyes that would not know how to interpret what they saw. His family was alive. The wolves had survived with injuries that would heal. The newborn army that had been building in Seattle for months, that had been directed toward Forks with the specific intent of someone who wanted something that the Cullens were not willing to give, had reached the end of what it had been built for. He allowed himself briefly to feel the weight of the relief of this. He did not perform the relief, did not express it with the enthusiasm that Emmett was expressing it from across the clearing. His laugh carrying through the morning air with the specific joy of someone who is genuinely delighted to still be alive and has no reservations about showing it. Carlisle simply felt it, privately and completely, in the way of someone for whom the difference between the outcome that had happened and the outcomes that had been possible was fully and precisely understood. Then he heard, from somewhere above and to the west, a sound that told him the mountain had reached its own resolution. He looked at Alice. She looked back at him, and in her expression was the specific quality that her expressions took on when her visions had clarified completely. The particular clearness of someone who had been watching shifting possibilities resolve into a single line and had just witnessed the resolution. "It's over," she said. Both of them. Both of them. Edward and Victoria. Both finished. He looked at the sky above the tree line, the May morning continuing its ordinary business above the extraordinary morning that had been conducted within it, and he let himself understand fully and completely that his family was intact, that Bella was alive on the mountain, that the thing that had been gathering for months had arrived and been met and was now done. He began then to think about what needed to happen next. There was still the question of the surviving newborn that Alice had seen in her visions. A young woman, barely turned, who had surrendered rather than fought, and was being held at the clearing's edge. There was still the question of the Volturi, whose arrival Alice had also seen, and whose timing was too precise to be accidental. There was still the work of the aftermath to be done, the accounting and the tending and the careful management of what this day had produced. But for one moment, standing in the meadow in the May morning light, Carlisle allowed himself simply to be present to the fact that they had made it through. He breathed in the cool mountain air, and the forest around him continued its ordinary work, and the birds that had gone quiet during the engagement returned to their business in the trees, and the quiet that settled over the meadow had a different quality now than the held breath quiet of before. This was the quiet of something completed, of something survived. He had been here before, across 3 centuries of difficult mornings. He had learned to receive these moments with the full presence they deserved, without rushing past them toward the next thing, without diminishing them by treating them as merely transitional. He stood in the meadow and received it. Then he turned to his family and began the work of what came next. They arrived, as the Volturi always arrived, with the specific quality of theatre that Carlisle had observed across centuries of encountering them in various contexts, and had never quite been able to fully separate from what lay beneath it. The theatre was not incidental, it was functional. A deliberate deployment of atmosphere designed to establish the terms of every encounter before a word had been spoken, to ensure that whoever they were meeting understood from the moment of first contact the precise nature of the power differential they were operating within. Carlisle had learned, across his long acquaintance with them, that the best response to Volturi theatre was not to be immune to it, which was not entirely possible, but to be conscious of it, to hold the awareness of what was being done, and why, with enough clarity that the doing of it did not entirely determine his response. Jane led delegation, which was itself information. Aro sent Jane when he wanted something assessed with precision, when the situation required not just observation, but the particular calibrating function of Jane's gift, the ability to establish with absolute certainty who was capable of being hurt and who was not, to map the vulnerabilities in any group she encountered with the efficiency of a diagnostic instrument. She came into the clearing with Felix and Dimitri, flanking her and two others, whose names Carlisle knew, but whose faces he had not seen in decades behind them. All of them moving with the fluid grace that the Volturi cultivated as deliberately as everything else about their presentation. White cloaks dimmed with the dust of travel, but no less carefully maintained for the travelling. Jane was young, perpetually, immovably young, the face of a child containing something that had nothing to do with childhood. The eyes carrying the accumulated weight of centuries in a face that could not have been more than 12 or 13 when she was turned. Carlisle had always found this the most disturbing thing about her, more disturbing than her gift, more disturbing than the pleasure she took in the exercise of it. The disproportion between the face and what lived behind it was a kind of violence done to the ordinary logic of human appearance. A reminder of what it meant to be frozen, not just in body, but in the particular cruelty that her specific history had produced in her at the moment of her transformation. He stepped forward before anyone else could. This was deliberate and required a particular quality of physical intention. Not rushing, not displaying urgency, simply moving with the ease of someone who was exactly where he expected to be and was entirely comfortable with what was required of him here. He placed himself between the Volturi delegation and his family, with the positioning of someone who was not performing defensiveness, but was simply being clear about the geography of the encounter, who would be speaking, and from what position, and what the terms of the conversation were. Jane, he said, and he let the name stand alone for a moment, an acknowledgement without excess, a greeting that established familiarity without warmth. We weren't expecting you quite so soon. Jane's gaze moved across the clearing with the methodical quality of her assessment, cataloguing, calculating, taking in the family and the wolves at the tree line's edge, and the evidence of what had occurred in the meadow with the efficiency of someone who was reading a scene rather than experiencing it. Her eyes settled on Carlisle last, which he understood was deliberate. She processed everything else first, so that she arrived at him already fully informed, already having formed whatever conclusions she intended to act upon. Carlisle, she said, his name in her voice carrying the specific quality of someone who recognized a person without particularly caring that they recognized them. Aro sends his regards and his appreciation for a pause that was too precise to be natural. Service you performed in addressing the Seattle situation. The Seattle situation affected us directly, Carlisle said, keeping his voice even and without the edge that her phrasing deserved. I wouldn't characterize addressing a direct threat to our family as a service to anyone other than ourselves. Nevertheless, Jane said, with the specific quality of someone closing a line of conversation they had opened only for the purpose of establishing a premise. He knew what she was doing. He had watched the Volturi do this across more encounters than he cared to count. The deployment of gratitude as a form of obligation, the framing of independent action as cooperation, so that the independence could be quietly absorbed into the record as compliance. It was elegant, and it was entirely dishonest, and it was, in its way, a form of the theatre he had been prepared for. He received it without either accepting or directly rejecting the framing, because direct rejection would have been a confrontation the current context did not require and would not benefit from. The army has been dealt with, Carlisle said. Our family is intact. The wolves sustain injuries that are healing. I believe the threat to this region has been addressed completely. You can see that, Jane said, her gaze moving again across the clearing. Then, with the casualness of someone raising something incidental, there was a survivor, I understand. Yes, Carlisle said. A young woman, recently turned, not by her own choice or request, used as a soldier in someone else's campaign, and apparently not informed of its purpose or its likely outcome. She surrendered when she understood the situation. He paused. Her name is Bri. Something in Jane's expression did not change, which was his own response. The deliberate maintenance of neutrality in a face that was capable of expressing whatever its owner chose to express. She knows what we are, Jane said. She is what we are, Carlisle said. That particular concern doesn't apply in the same way. She has committed violations, Jane said. The feeding, the exposure. She was created by someone who gave her no instruction and no choice, Carlisle said, and he let the full weight of his conviction into his voice without allowing it to tip into pleading, which would have been both ineffective and beneath the dignity of what he was arguing. She is perhaps 3 weeks old. Whatever she has done in those 3 weeks, she did without the knowledge or the framework to do otherwise. We are prepared to take responsibility for her, to provide what she wasn't given at the beginning: guidance, instruction, the possibility of choosing differently now that she has the information to make a genuine choice. He was aware, as he said this, of the rest of his family behind him, of the quality of their attention, of Edward's particular stillness that meant he was reading Jane's thoughts and did not like what he was finding there, of Alice's careful monitoring of the futures the conversation was producing. He was aware of Bri herself, small and terrified at the clearing's edge, her eyes moving between the Volturi delegation and the Cullen family, with a desperate attention of someone trying to read a situation they did not have adequate context to understand. He had spoken to her briefly in the minutes before the Volturi's arrival, quickly, clearly, giving her the essential facts of who was coming and what her situation was, and what the possible outcomes were. He had not told her that one of those outcomes was certain regardless of what he said or did, because he had not yet fully accepted that certainty himself. Jane looked at Bri with an expression that was not entirely without interest, but was entirely without the quality that would have made that interest meaningful in any useful sense. She was assessing, not considering. The distinction was everything, and Carlisle understood it clearly. R.O. would be interested in speaking with her, Jane said, in Volterra. Bri would benefit from remaining with us, Carlisle said. She's newly turned and unstable, and the journey to Italy would present risks that could be avoided if she were allowed to stabilize first under our supervision. The invitation is not optional, Jane said, and the word invitation arrived in the sentence with a precision that made its own meaning entirely clear. Carlisle looked at her for a long moment. He thought about Bri, about the 3 weeks she had existed in this form, about the human life that had been interrupted to produce her without her consent or her understanding, about the way she had surrendered rather than fought, which was the one piece of information available to him about who she was choosing to be in the absence of the direction that had been imposed on her. He thought about what he was capable of here and what he was not, and he held the distinction between those two things with the clarity that the situation required. "I understand," he said. He turned and walked to where Bri crouched at the edge of the clearing, and he knelt beside her so that he was at her level rather than above her, which was the physical acknowledgement of the respect he was trying to give her in the very limited space that the situation allowed him to give it. She looked at him with eyes that were still the vivid red of the newly turned, and that were full of a fear that was entirely appropriate to her situation, and that he could do almost nothing to alleviate. "Bri," he said quietly, low enough that the conversation had whatever privacy was available in a clearing full of vampires. "I want you to know that what I said to them was true. You did not choose this, and the decisions you made in the time since you were turned were made without the information and the guidance that you deserve to have. That is not a small thing. It matters." She looked at him with the intensity of someone trying to determine whether what they were hearing was real or performed. The wariness of someone who had been given very little reason to trust anyone since her transformation began. "What are they going to do?" she said, barely a whisper. He told her the truth. He told it gently, and he told it completely, because she deserved the truth, and there was not enough time left to give her anything less than it. He watched her receive it with a stillness that was its own form of courage, the specific stillness of someone absorbing something they cannot change and choosing not to waste the time they have left on responses that would not serve them. She was, he thought, remarkable. Given 3 weeks and no guidance and the worst possible introduction to what she was, she had arrived at this moment with more dignity than the situation had any right to have produced. He stayed beside her until Jane moved. Then he stood, and he faced what was happening with the directness that he had always believed was the only honest response to things that could not be prevented, witnessing them clearly, without the distortion of looking away. What happened to Bri Tanner was quick. He gave her that acknowledgement in his private accounting. Whatever else the Volturi were, they were not given to unnecessary prolongation of the things they had decided to do. He did not look away. He had made this choice before, in other circumstances, with other events that he could not prevent and could only witness. And he had learned that witnessing was not passive, that seeing clearly and carrying what you saw was its own form of accountability, its own refusal to let what had been done disappear into the comfortable forgetting that looking away permitted. He carried her name, Bri. He would carry it the way he carried other names, the ones attached to decisions he had made and decisions he had failed to prevent, the long accounting of his existence that he maintained not as punishment, but as responsibility. She had existed for 3 weeks in a form she had not chosen, and had died in a clearing in Washington in May, and no one who had the power to create her had given sufficient thought to what they were creating or what it would cost her. He would not let her be forgotten, not in his own memory, which was all he had the power to offer her. Jane turned her attention back to Carlisle after it was done, and her expression had the specific quality it took on when the business portion of an encounter was concluded and the communication portion was beginning. The shift from operational to diplomatic, which in Jane's case was not a large shift, but was a perceptible one. Aro has been following the situation in Forks with interest, Jane said. The events of the past year, the unique circumstances of your family's arrangement. The pause before the final word was calibrated. He wishes me to convey his continued goodwill and his appreciation for the stability your presence provides in this region. Please convey our appreciation for his goodwill, Carlisle said, with the precision of someone responding to diplomatic language in kind. He also wishes me to note, Jane continued, and here her voice took on the quality that Carlisle had learned to identify as the core of any Volturi communication. The thing that was being said beneath the thing being said, the actual message dressed in the language of social exchange, that the human situation remains unresolved, that patience has been extended as a courtesy to you specifically, Carlisle, and to the regard in which you are held. But patience is not infinite, and courtesy is not policy. I understand, Carlisle said. The human situation will be resolved. I give you my word. Aro values your word, Jane said. That is why this conversation is happening rather than something else. She held his gaze for a moment, and in the quality of that moment was everything that had not been said in the exchange. The full weight of the Volturi's position on the situation, the specific nature of the alternatives to the resolution Carlisle had promised, the timeline that was implied without being stated. He read all of it. He'd been reading Volturi communications for long enough to know how to find the content beneath the form. Safe travels, Carlisle said. Always, Jane replied. And then the delegation was moving, departing the clearing with the same deliberate grace with which they had entered it, the white cloaks disappearing into the tree line in the direction from which they had come. And the meadow had the specific quality of a space in which a significant pressure had just been removed, not the removal of danger, which was a longer and more complex process, but the removal of the immediate presence of the specific people who embodied it. He stood in the place where the conversation had happened and did not move immediately, giving himself the moment to fully register what had just occurred. Bri, the warning, the timeline implicit in Jane's carefully chosen words. The confirmation that the Volturi had been aware of the Seattle situation longer than their arrival time suggested and had chosen to allow it to develop, which raised questions about their specific intent that Carlisle intended to think through very carefully in the hours and days that followed. He turned to his family, who had maintained their positions through the Volturi encounter, with a discipline that he noted and would acknowledge later. They were watching him with the collective attention of people who had heard the exchange and were waiting for his interpretation of what had not been said aloud. They were watching Seattle, Jasper said. It was not a question. Long enough to know the general shape of it before they arrived here, Carlisle confirmed. Whether they knew the specific target before today is a question I can't answer with certainty, but the timing of their arrival was not accidental, and the choice to let the army reach its conclusion before intervening was a choice, not a failure of awareness. They wanted to see how we handled it, Edward said, his voice carrying the flat quality that his voice took on when he was translating something he had read from a mind more directly than anyone else in the room had access to. Among other things, Carlisle said, "Yes." He gathered his family with a look rather than a word, the long familiarity between them making the gesture sufficient, and they moved together to the edge of the clearing, where Emmett was already building the fire that would complete the afternoon's necessary work. Carlisle took his place in the process, doing what was needed with the efficiency of someone who understood that the tasks of the aftermath were not lesser than the tasks of the confrontation, but were in their own way equally important. The completion of things, the ensuring that what had been started was finished properly. When the work was done, and the meadow had been returned to something that would not require explanation, Carlisle stood at its edge and waited for Edward and Bella to come down from the mountain. He had been told, through Alice, that they were on their way, that the mountain's own resolution had been reached, and that both of them were coming down intact. He waited with the patience of someone who was very good at waiting, because they had been doing it for a very long time, and had learned that the quality of the waiting mattered as much as its duration. They arrived together as the afternoon was tilting toward evening, Edward moving with the careful attention to Bella's pace that characterized everything about how he was with her. Bella walking steadily despite the exhaustion that the day had placed on her body. She was unhurt. Carlisle confirmed this with the physician's assessment that his eye performed automatically. Her color, her gait, her posture, the quality of her breathing. She was exhausted, and she was processing something significant, but she wasn't injured, and the relief of this was clean and immediate. He gave them a moment. He was good at this, at reading when people needed to be received, and when they needed to be given space to complete whatever internal process the day had set in motion before they were ready to be received. He watched Edward and Bella from across the clearing with the affection of someone who loved both of them and was very glad they were alive, and he did not move toward them until Bella looked up and found his eyes. He went to her then and embraced her briefly, the way a father embraces a child who has been in danger, with the restraint of someone who was aware of the cold of his own arms against her warmth, but with the fullness of what he felt regardless. She accepted the embrace with the quality she brought to being received by people she trusted, fully, without the performance of being fine that people sometimes deployed when they were not entirely fine. "I'm okay," she said, against his shoulder. "I know," he said. "I can see that." She pulled back and looked at him with those brown eyes that had always been, for him, one of the most readable things about her. The eyes of someone for whom the interior and the exterior were unusually continuous, who did not have a great deal of architecture between what she felt and what showed. What he saw in them was not the aftermath of fear, though the fear had clearly been real and recent. What he saw was something else, something that had settled in beneath the fear and that had a different quality. The specific stillness of someone who has arrived at a decision that is finally fully made. He did not ask, He waited. Later, when the family had returned to the house and the evening had established itself around them, and after Bella had called Charlie with the reassurances that Charlie needed, and Carlisle had quietly confirmed from the kitchen that the call had produced the result of Charlie's anxiety being managed rather than escalated, Bella found him in the living room. She sat across from him in the chair nearest the window, the forest dark and quiet beyond the glass, and she said the thing he had been expecting her to say since he had seen her eyes in the meadow. "I've decided," she said, "about the transformation. I'm not asking to change the timeline after graduation, the way Edward and I discussed, but I'm not uncertain anymore about any of it." She paused. "I wanted you to know that. I wanted you specifically to know." Carlisle looked at her for a long moment. He thought about everything he knew about the decision she was describing. The weight of it, the cost of it, the full and specific understanding of what she was giving up that she had arrived at, not through abstraction, but through the real and specific experience of a day that had shown her, concretely and without softening, what existing at the edge of the vampire world actually meant. She had seen Bri. She had been on that mountain with Victoria circling, and the full reality of what her proximity to this family could produce was not theoretical to her anymore. And she was still here, still sitting across from him, still making the same choice she had been moving toward for months, with more information now, rather than less, and with the specific quality of certainty that more information, rather than undermining, had deepened. "Thank you for telling me," Carlisle said, "and for telling me specifically. That means something." "You're going to be there," Bella said. "When it happens, I think it matters to me that you're there." "I will be," Carlisle said. "Whatever you need me to be, I will be." She nodded, and something in her settled further, the last fraction of remaining tension releasing, the decision having been named and received in a way that made it more fully real than it had been when it existed only in her own thinking. She looked at him with the directness that he had always found one of her most remarkable qualities, the willingness to look at people clearly and let herself be looked at in return. "Are you glad," she asked, "that it's happening? Or is part of you grieving it?" He considered the question with the honesty it deserved, because she had asked it honestly, and she deserved nothing less. "Both," he said finally. "I'm glad because I love you, and because I believe you know your own mind, and because I've watched you make this choice with full information, and I respect the making of it." He paused. "And yes, part of me grieves it, not because I doubt your choice, but because your humanity is precious, Bella. Is genuinely precious, and I don't think one can stand at the threshold of its ending without feeling that, regardless of everything else that's true." She looked at him for a long moment. "That's the most honest thing anyone has said to me about it," she said quietly. "It's what you asked for," he said. She smiled, and it was the specific smile she had that was not performed for anyone's benefit, but was simply the outward expression of something genuine. Uncalculated, unguarded, the face of someone who was, despite everything, fundamentally all right. He had loved this about her from the beginning. He loved it still, and he would love it forward into whatever came next, across whatever distance the future placed between this moment and the next chapter of the story that was still being written. He sat with her in the living room as the evening deepened outside the glass walls, and the family moved through the house around them in the ordinary patterns of an evening after an extraordinary day, and the forest held its quiet, and the world continued its business, and Carlisle felt the full and complicated weight of everything the day had contained. The loss of Bri, the warning from Jane, the survival of his family, the alliance that had held, the girl sitting across from him who had decided, with full knowledge and genuine courage, what she wanted her forever to look like. He held all of it. That was what he did. That was what 3 centuries had made him capable of. Holding the grief and the gratitude simultaneously, without collapsing either into the other, without demanding that the complexity resolve itself into something simpler and more manageable than it actually was. This was the work. It had always been the work. And he was, as he had been for a very long time, still doing it. The house was quiet again. Carlisle sat at his desk in the hours before dawn, the lamp casting its familiar amber circle across the ordered surface of his work, and he listened to the family breathing in their various ways through the rooms below and around him. Each of them alive, each of them present, each of them carrying the particular weight of what the weeks of Eclipse had required, and resting now in whatever way each of them rested. 362 years had brought him here, to this house, to this family, to a girl sitting across from him in a living room, choosing forever with clear eyes. He had not always been certain that choosing grace over darkness was enough. There were centuries when the choosing felt insufficient against the weight of what he was. But then came the evidence, gathered slowly across decades, in the form of the people who had chosen to be shaped by the life he had built, rather than destroyed by it. That was enough. It had always been enough. Outside, the forest held its ancient quiet. The darkness moved toward dawn, and Carlisle Cullen sat in the stillness he had earned, and continued, as he always had, to tend the light,